What was the incident at your school? First day of 9th grade. Our assistant principal would do the announcement/birthday. This girl that worked in the office thought it would be hilarious to add Mike Hunt's birthday to the list. Happy birthday to Mike Hunt. Hope you have a great birthday. Absolutely hilarious edit. Adding another. Dunno how I forgot about this. So during Spirit Week each of the classes, freshmen/juniors/seniors, would come in at night and decorate the courtyard. Each class was supposed to come up with different themes, and freshmen juniors did a really good job. However, my class was a senior class and also known for starting trouble. So my friends and I show up a little later than some of the others as we are arriving as others are leaving. I can't remember what we were going to do, but when we got to the courtyard we just saw a huge mess. The others who had been there before had stacked all the picnic tables on top of each other, so they reached the second floor of the building. There was trash from the trash bins behind the cafeteria just strewn all over the courtyard. Other kids were just kicking things and screaming, "Let's fuck this school up, fuck this place." Was some of the dumbest, most ignorant stuff I've ever witnessed. We just kind of hung around with some of our other friends who showed up late. Fun started when we decided to leave. I hop in my girlfriend's car and we leave. We are 2 blocks away from the school when she honks at some people we know who are hanging in the parking lot. Lo and behold, who other than a cop is driving by us at that exact moment. He pulls her over and asks what we had been doing. So we tell him we are headed home from the football game. He doesn't believe us. Makes us drive back to the school where other police are waiting. Apparently someone had called the police. So we get questioned in the parking lot for the next hour and made to feel bad about the situation by the cops, despite telling them we didn't do that stuff. They kept saying, "Oh, we will see what you did. There are cameras." Of course, the next day we go see the principal, who immediately saw who we were and was like, "Yeah, go back to class, y'all didn't do this." Funniest part was when I got back home the night of, I woke my mom up and was like, "Yeah, so I didn't get arrested, but you might get a phone call or something. Just a heads up." Nightmare. The actual event, I learned, occurred before I was a student, but the legacy of it lived on in student rumors. I was fortunate enough to have a teacher that was on the staff when the actual event occurred and clued us in. I'm assuming he told us the truth. Essentially the rumor was that a teacher was stealing people's lunches, going into lockers, and taking food that wasn't theirs. Like a weird lunch goblin, stealing lunches while the students were in class. It was often pointed to as blame when someone lost something, that maybe that creep teacher was poking through their belongings. The real story that occurred was teachers were missing parts of their lunches, as in, teachers were finding just a slice of bread missing from their sandwich, a single bite taken out, and things rewrapped so they look normal, snacks half eaten and placed back in their lunch bag. The teachers at the time thought maybe a student was playing a weird prank, since it was just pieces of lunch missing, but fingers were pointed all over as this went on for months. One day the culprit was caught, and one of the teachers found another teacher eating some of her lunch from the fridge. Reasonably upset as it had been happening for a while, and wondering why the hell she was eating her lunch, she had a sandwich thrown in her face, and was tackled by the stealing teacher. Cops were called, and apparently the thief was put on medical leave, then let go once she started undergoing professional treatment. Apparently she had some major issues that weren't being dealt with, and that somehow manifested in her scavenging for food from her coworkers. The day it happened was apparently chaotic as they had to forcibly escort a teacher from the school and get medical assistance for the one that was tackled, and many students bore witness to some of the happenings, which is what opened it to being a lasting story in the school. When I was in 8th grade, I believe, it was all the rage for the kids to play what was called the strangle game, where someone would hyperventilate and someone else would block the blood flow up to the brain by strangling them. Not the front of the throat/windpipe, but the sides, where your arteries are, and the goal was for the strangled to faint. I had never fainted before, and I was curious to find out what it was like, so a classmate helped out by blocking my blood flow, and thus I fainted. What we didn't anticipate, stupidly enough, was that this might be misconstrued as him trying to kill me, since I was held up by him against some lockers in the corridor. Of course, a teacher happens to walk by right as I pass out and starts making a huge scene point. So I came to. What I was told was a few seconds later. Felt like I'd slept through a whole night. To said teacher and a few students asking how I was. I was fine. It was all good fun. The teacher did not share my perception. We were called to the principal's office and we were forced to call our parents and explain what we had done. The next day, the entire school was summoned to the assembly hall and received a long talk from the principal, warning this kind of behavior and the damage it might cause. My mother still reminds me of this occasionally, saying it was one of the worst things to ever happen around one of her 5 kids, and that my later rebel phase might have been caused by brain damage after this incident. I still remember the game fondly, but not the aftermath. Obviously 9/10ths would do it again. Lol. This reminds me of something in middle school. We had this like super fresh off the boat Chinese student. His English wasn't that great, but he seemed like a decent guy. He was in my math class. Anyways, for reasons I don't know, the class clown, M, decides to duck with him one day. Oh, important thing. We usually would wait in a courtyard for the doors to open before school. But anyways, on this day the clown guy had brought a box of Krispy Kreme donuts. M told the S he could have a donut if he yelled out loud he liked the KKK. M said KKK was for Krispy Kreme night, and so S actually did it. He just yelled out I love the KKK in front of like half the school. Bell rings. Door opens. Didn't work out that well for S. 425 black kids surrounded him and didn't allow him to enter school while giving him their opinions. Their physical opinions anyways. This was still actually in school grounds. Like right in front of the school. S was roughed up. Took a few punches, but wasn't super harmed otherwise. Administrators broke it up when they realized what was happening. M on the other hand, well, S got a few of his Chinese buddies to give them their opinion. After school, off of school grounds, M came to school Monday morning with a black eye and one arm in a sling. Oh, I should point out M usually rode his bike to school. Not really sure where S lived. I went to an all-guys boarding school, so many incidents. This sophomore got dish, which is like, if you skip class you have to sit in the bottom of the dining hall for a couple hours at night in a suit. And then he skipped that, and the dean yelled at him. So I was his prefect, and I was doing work at like 3 AM in the day room. This kid walks into the kitchen adjacent to the day room, puts something in the microwave and walks away. 20 minutes later I'm sitting there and swearing to God it smells like smoke. So I look in the kitchen and the entire microwave/cabinets are on fire. This faker put 8 packets of popcorn in the microwave, set it to a longest time, and went to bed. Same kid tried to pee under my door at 2 AM because I was being a dick to him. I called the dorm master that night and was like, look outside your door. He's like, this better be good, it's faking 2 AM. I hang up the phone. He opens his door way down the hallway and sees the kid laying down on the ground jamming his dick under my door. Very funny. Someone in my dorm took a sheet in the shower and the school started an investigation which consisted of a physics professor holding an envelope which he claimed had the name with DNA evidence of the person who pooped, hoping someone would admit. Until I literally asked him as our whole dorm was lined up. So you got all of our DNA, sequenced it, and the poop as well. Never found the pooper. We, like 30 people, were throwing snowballs at this Asian kid's window. He gets fed up and comes running out of the dorm with 2 tennis rackets, waving them around like nunchucks, blocking all the snowballs. He gets absolutely pasted in the face by my Serbian buddy and faking whips a tennis racket at his head, cracking his lip. I have so many more. If you'd like me to share. Thought I'd share this as well. I don't know if you've ever seen this video, but it happened several years before I went to school there in my exact room. Everyone will tell you it's fake, but the school nurse confirmed it is 100% real. Didn't technically happen to my school, but besides the point. I was in 8th grade at the time and I went to my sister's high school football game to see her perform. She was a cheerleader. Game ended and I was walking up the hill from the football field towards the gym with my sister's boyfriend, who was in a band. All of a sudden, we saw the entire group of people who were walking up turn around and start running back towards the field. We ran to the side of the gym, but couldn't get in because the doors were locked from the inside. We walked towards the parking lot and saw what was happening. two girls were arguing, and one of them goes and pulls a bat from her car and strikes the other girl with it. She falls to the ground and is completely knocked out. Then she puts the bat back in her car and proceeds to run her over not once, not twice but 3 times, before attempting to speed off out the parking lot. She was too late because tons of cops started making their way to the area. Everyone just stood there for a while in disbelief. One lady who was a nurse ran over and tried to help the girl, but you could tell she was definitely dead. It was such a strange thing for me to see at such a young age. I had never seen someone get killed. We later found out the backstory to what happened. It was one girl getting revenge on another girl for sleeping with her boyfriend. The two girls didn't even go to the high school where this all happened, but that high school was forever known as the school where the girl got killed in the parking lot. I ended up going to that high school the following year, and I just remember always getting such weird feelings when I'd see the spot where the girl was killed. Private school. I'm the poor kid because my dad is just a lowly engineer who can still pay to send his kid to private school. I'm on the swim team. Captain of the team is an absolute douche. Dad is a very well-known local lawyer. Kind of a guy with his face on every bus in town. But he had a few big wins and he's loaded. He buys his douchebag son a brand new car for his 16th. They live in a big house, the whole 9. Anyway, his son, let's call him Connor, is really into hazing. Freshman year, he locked me in the trunk of his car after swim practice. To get me in there, he tripped me, put me in a headlock, and shoved me into the car. It was clear this was not his first time. Total as whole. He was also known for placing his dick on the shoulder of anyone who sat down in the locker room, as well as a number of other incredibly sexual pranks that made me wonder if Connor was secretly into dudes and just hadn't come to terms yet. It's the end of sophomore year. Connor is a junior, and I'm about done with the swim team. My coach beat the hell out of me because I missed Sunday swim practice because I had the audacity to get strep. Then told me that my doctor's note was not valid and he only accepted notes from the team doctor. So I'm fed up with the whole system, the shitty teammates, the overbearing parents, the coaches, etc. As the season comes to an end, I quit the team so I can pursue an opportunity as a lab assistant in our BO department, which eventually led to my area of study. So win for me. The next year rolls out and I feel like a weight is lifted from my shoulders. I'm working in the lab and my joints feel healthier. I'm not looking back. About a month into the new school year, Connor gets arrested at swim practice. Local papers got pictures of them perp walking him out of the pool in his robe. He threw another freshman into the trunk of his car. But this time, in combining two of his favorite pranks, he jerked off onto said freshman once they were inside the trunk. So he threw him inside, whipped out his junk, fired off a fistful of mini douchebags, and slammed the trunk closed, and then drove the kid around for an hour, making sure he regularly stopped short and accelerated suddenly from a dead stop. Kid got out, threw up and called his dad, who called the police. See, when I was a freshman, figure 14 years old, and Connor was a sophomore, 15 to 16, throwing me in a trunk, while unsafe, was largely a school matter. But now Connor, recently dubbed 18, threw a 14-year-old in his trunk and masturbated on him before rattling him around in his trunk. The law wasn't too keen on this sort of activity. Despite the best efforts of his rich and connected papa, Connor got saddled with having to register as a sex offender and getting expelled from school. This led to a massive scandal involving the swim team overall, since it was clear that we weren't very well supervised. So a lot of the shitty things that the coach was doing also came to light. By the end of the year, Connor was a sex offender. Assistant coach, his only job, was fired. Coach was fired from coach job, but remained a teacher. The athletic director resigned. The swim team was suspended for a year following reorg. The teacher, a former coach, retired a year after I graduated because that was some major benchmark for his pension. My sophomore year, a guy, let's call him Jess, in my grade decided he would become a tattoo artist. Now let's set the stage by saying I went to an all-guys Catholic high school. We had plenty of rules to abide by, one of which was no tattoos. Jess obviously couldn't buy a tattoo gun legitimately being only 15 to 16 years old, so he decided to makjiva one together using some needles and an electric toothbrush. Honestly, this sheet was ingenious. Jess was smart as hell, but never applied himself in school, but artistic and very smart point now, because it was a private school, kids came from all over the area to school. Also most couldn't drive, yet so it made it very hard to do tattooing from home. So he did them in school. And not just in school but in class. The drama teacher would frequently leave students for whole periods for no apparent reason. So Jess used this time to give out tattoos to fellow students. He didn't do it in exchange for money, rather he traded for cans of dip. I only knew of 2 people that got tattoos, but I know there were more. The highlight being mob money over beaches on the wrist of one guy. The other was the LA Dodgers logo on his hand. He came to school the next day and asked how long it would last. This guy wasn't the brightest bulb in the box. Jess has also tattooed the word cunt to the inside of his lower lip. Impressive to do that himself, but because he used a mirror, the N was backwards anyway. Jess was eventually found out. They expelled him, but money talks in private school, so they let him back in with no lasting disciplinary action. The drama teacher was promptly fired for leaving students alone and being a general idiot. This was the talk of the school for the rest of the year. Jess ended up being the first guy from my graduating class to pass away. Hope he rests in peace. We had different ones, but one that sticks out for me. We had a nerd dude that we used to call him Shaggy Rogers as he looked like the Scooby-Doo partner. He was always an excellent student, nerd as hell, always having good grades. Last year, he was still a nerd, but a lot more relaxed and less anxious about how the school and teacher would see him, and more willing to enjoy his last year doing some funny stuff with friends and the guys who were more popular. He even went to all our pre-graduation parties that year. So, as tradition on our school, the last day of the last year of high school we'd have a lot of activities, and the last one was to have all the school attend a parade of the graduating classes that would walk, jump, sing songs with our bodies painted, and using colored smokes through the patio. And so we did point, when we were right in the center of the patio with everybody at the school looking at us from the surrounding buildings. A huge blast explosion like with a loud noise exploded a plastic garbage can, and some pieces actually hit one of the students, who promptly threw a punch at our nerdy guy, because he saw Shaggy putting the little bomb, the ones used, usually to make a loud noise, in the garbage can. It was the day before the official graduation at the school theater with all the families, tuxedos and everything. That day, he was suspended by the school for 2 weeks, and since it was his last day of school, he lost the privilege of graduating at the school. One of their best students at the graduation, his class shouted his name several times during the event and he joined us at the party later that night, but it was something everybody talked for a while as a notable nerdy guy with good grades that never did anything wrong all his student life threw a bomb on his last day, almost saying a "fuck you school, I don't need you anymore," and was suspended for his graduation. True hero for a lot of people. Mayo. During my last 2 years in HS, our school built a huge new auditorium. It wasn't your average auditorium. It was high class Royal Theatre, 3 levels of seating, and side balconies. Auditorium point, because it was so new, expensive and amazing the school didn't use it often when it was first built other than for big assemblies and special events. But your average drama class, nope, is still in a small classroom. The students knew this, and therefore the upper right balcony became a secluded hock-up spot. This balcony was chosen because it was the furthest away from the main entrance of the building. Well, one day during our drama class our teacher informed us we would be using the auditorium for class, rather than our regular classroom. Well, a group of about 20 kids walked in on the stage from behind, and by no means were we a quiet group. As we stood there looking from the stage into the seating of the theater, you realized it was big, it was empty, it was dark, and it was quiet. Until that is, when you start to hear the moaning and grunting and sexual noises that hormone-induced teenage coitus creates. Well, the room went silent until my teacher shouted out, "What's going on up there?" The laughter filled the room as these 2 kids got up, buck naked, scrambling to get clothes on and run out as our teacher was racing to get up to that balcony and catch the perpetrators to yell. Dr. Big new fancy auditorium used as local search spot due to secluded balcony. Entire class of kids caught 2 teens going at it with lots of noise. Made an account just to comment on this thread. BC apparently my school was wild. Point number 1 incident that still affects me and any kid that went to that school. Almost 10 years later, school was right next to train tracks. One day right before Christmas break I was on the bus sleeping when I was awoken by sirens in the bus radio saying oh my god some kids just got hit by a train, and the bus driver immediately turned the radio on so we couldn't hear anything. 5 minutes later we all entered the school and it was just a chaotic mess. Some teacher slash kid slash parents had seen 2 kids try to beat a train. I went to my class and was actually in the same class as the girl's sister. We didn't know names at the time, but she was supposed to be walking with her sister and friend that morning, but decided it was too cold and took the bus. She literally had to sit and wait for the principal to get her and tell her the inevitable. The girl survived, but lost a leg and was in a coma for a really long time. The boy died on the scene. Lots of things about that day have come out, like the train that was involved was supposed to be passing through our town at 5 AM but was delayed. They stopped to get coffee before, and he spilled some on his shoes, so they were arriving to the tracks later than usual. The craziest thing was the boy was in the class above me, and it was the 3rd death of his class in 3 years. Health related issues took a girl in 7th grade and another girl in 8th. By the time they graduated, they had 5 classmates that had passed away. Girl suicide their junior year, a girl suicide the day before this class started their senior year. Both of these girls were dating the same guy at the time of their deaths. One time in middle school we went into lockdown and the teacher I had was a really cool funny guy. He thought it was a practice drill, so he was joking with us and playing with a flashlight, etc. until he saw someone walk past the door he didn't recognize. He went silent and it really scared us. He immediately got onto his computer and looked at the news, and basically our computer teacher was outside threatening to shoot up the school because he was caught emailing a student inappropriate stuff. We were on lockdown for the rest of the day. Point in high school, we had powder puff games where the junior and senior girls play flag football to raise money for prom. Per tradition, the seniors were supposed to trash the hallway slash school with posters and streamers essentially saying class of 20 is better than 20. Tradition also was for the week of powder puff, the junior slash seniors have a war night where the students' houses get egged slashed, silly stringed cars, etc. Well, when I was a sophomore, war night got out of hand, car windows broken, mailboxes ran down, and it pissed the seniors off. So, when they went to decorate the school, their theme was horror, or house. I don't remember all the details, but they hung out Barbies of all the popular junior girls and then wrote the number of guys they had had sex with as their jersey number. One girl was 47. This wasn't caught until all the students were in the building, and then everything was ripped down. The next year, I was a junior and the juniors that were bullied last year were the now seniors, so the administration, being their proactive selves, called all junior and senior girls down to the gym, and I kid you not, it was a scene straight out of Mean Girls where they all have to say nice things about each other. The principal talked to us about being nice to each other and how prom would be cancelled if there were any rumors about decorating the halls or a war night. Powder puff was lame that year. One time in middle school, 2 girls got into a fight and an autistic student's aide, cute old guy just trying to give back to his community, could have retired years ago, tried to break it up. He ended up getting punched in the face, bloodied his nose, and I kid you not, the guy threw his arms up and walked out the door and I never saw him again. One girl left in an ambulance and the other left in a cop car. In high school, a girl walked into my class and claimed a teacher needed to see the girl. The teacher refused because she didn't have proof that the teacher she claimed wanted to see the girl really wanted to. The girl left the room, then entered again 3 minutes later and jumped on the girl who was doing her work, beat the shit out of her, to the point where the teacher had to slam the girl against the wall in order for her to stop. The girl that got beat up had no idea why this girl had beef with her right after Sandy Hook. It was like a nationwide thing where schools were receiving multiple threats about bombings/shootings. We had had several for the week, but a lot of them mentioned that Friday. It was the doomsday December 21st, 2012, where everyone was convinced the world was ending. Something about a Roman calendar or something. I don't know exact details. But that day every kid was patted down and had their book bag searched before being allowed into the school. Everyone was on edge that day. No one did any work. One day after a sporting event, two rival gangs got into a fight over a girl and a window was punched out. The visiting school's parents literally ran out of the gym. They were so scared. A kid in my grade posted on FB that if we didn't get a snow day tomorrow he was bringing a gun to school. SWAT removed him from his house in the middle of the night. Our moms were friends, so I got all the details. Lots of pregnancies/water breaking during class. Had a teacher ask a pregnant student when we popping. Rule made against yoga pants and tight jeans. How tight is too tight was never discussed. 3 kids got suspended for doing a line of coke on the lunchroom table. Only caught BC. They put it on social media. I didn't go to a particularly bad school, but fights were a daily occurrence. Bomb threats were received a couple times a year. We were the ghetto school of the conference. I know there are plenty of other incidents that are worth knowing, but those are the ones that come to mind right away. One time in college, we got a school-wide email that there was an armed gunman on campus and to seek shelter immediately. But this email reached different people at different times. So, I was confronted by a peer asking if I had heard, where I said, let's go ask this office. We asked the receptionist where, as she was about to scold us for spreading rumors. She received a call to lock down that office. Her face got so pale, I remember shaking. Her office has a window and we literally watched kids read their phones in the middle of campus, drop their bags and run for their lives. It was so scary, and none of the workers in the office had been in a lockdown, so they were taking advice from the 20 students that had hunkered down in the office. It turned out it was an EV dispute and the guy ran when the cops came and ran through our campus, but he had ditched his gun before he got on campus, so we weren't in real danger. Realized this about 2 hours into lockdown. Afterwards, it was bizarre/fun to go through Snapchat and see where your friends were hunkered down and unique ways people were blocking doors. The students had recently undergone ALICE training, so there were lots of belts around door arms, chairs piled up, etc. Freshman year, a huge sturt was found on a stairwell landing in the language wing/special needs classrooms. Everyone sorta assumed it was a special ed kid who pulled a fast one and escaped his wrangler. Sophomore year, a huge sheet was found in the English wing hallway. Now at this point we knew we had a serial cheater. People were really excited and disgusted at the same time. School acknowledged it and said there would be expulsion for whoever was doing it when caught. Tons of gossip and speculation on who it was, how they were getting away with it. We had security cameras all over the place and where they would strike next year, junior year, around late April/May, and no shots. Yet PPL speculating that whoever it was must have graduated the previous year. A few days before graduation, just before the last bell of the day, a massive dump appeared right at the top of the main staircase where the majority of kids would walk to exit school. When we got out, legit hundreds of us had to step over this log and hold our breath as we left school. I was so faking happy though, knowing the serial cheater had struck again. Whoever it was must have graduated that year. Senior year there was no sheet incident and the serial cheater was never caught, but I'll always have my suspicions about who it was. No idea how they evaded being caught on cameras or by other students or teachers. Where to begin? A mix of drama and band. Students had an orgy on stage after hours during rehearsals. They got caught, and the school tried to keep it quiet. 2 guys were caught but faking in the bathroom. Another student walked in and caught them, then ran down the hallway screaming their names. 2 guys fighting over a girl in the cafeteria started swinging at each other. Girl tried to step in, and a wild punch broke her nose, sent blood flying, and she went face first into a vending machine, breaking the glass. Teacher was dismissed for grabbing a kid by his shirt and physically lifting him against the wall. The shop teacher has a flashback in the middle of class after a student put an acid tab in his coffee. Drama between 2 teachers trying to date the same student teacher who was part-time. Very nice woman, complete babe. The guy who lost left the school. That summer teacher who was caught having an affair with a student in the 80s and was still teaching was constantly made fun of by students until he threw a fit in the middle of class and was put on vacation for 2 weeks. Girl who had a reputation but was actually super nice and shy made out with a guy at a party and they backed into a closet. She wouldn't fuck him, but she let him put the handle of a golf club in her, and the following Monday, he jammed the club through the slots in her locker. Always felt bad for her. Girl disappeared for 2 weeks. Slowly it came out that she had surgery. Later came out her butthole had prolapsed, which she refused to confirm, but also would reply with a. We had a legitimate food fight at our middle school. I was a little shit back in the days and my lunch table had a habit of throwing baby carrots at people. We never got punished, so we started to get bolder. We would hurl a hand way into the air behind us in a shotgun approach. I guess we finally hit the wrong table, and one of the guys got up, picked up his tray, and just flung it directly into one of my friend's faces. We were blown away and just froze in amazement at the balls on this guy. The tray hit some people it wasn't intended to, and now that table got angry. Table 3 retaliates by having multiple people fling their trays. At this point there's 25 plus innocent bystanders that got hit by food. Everything paused for a few seconds, as if everyone was absorbing what just happened. Then it was something like out of a movie. Everybody just went into a frenzy and just started chucking everything in arm's reach. And I mean everybody. Jocks, nerds, goths, band geeks, everybody. It seemed to go on for eternity, but the teachers managed to calm everyone down in about 10 minutes. It looked like a tornado had passed through. Our lunchroom had a 40-foot ceiling and there were BBQ sauce packets stuck on the ceiling. They made everyone in the lunchroom stay behind and clean everything up. Missed like 2 classes and it still wasn't really clean. Since there were so many participants, they couldn't suspend a quarter of the school. They ended up just suspending the instigators, which was ultimately the original 3 tables. Never experienced brainless mob activity like that to this day. There were 3 that stick out. 1. Our drama teacher got busted having sex with one of the girls in my grade, 11th grade at the time. His wife was pregnant, and the news media were there when he got arrested at his house and dragged out in handcuffs. There was lots of speculation flying around about who the girl was, but I actually knew, and when I asked her about it, she didn't seem at all disturbed that not only has this adult been using her, but that their relationship destroyed his wife too. 2 students in the band got caught having sex in the attic area of the band room. These were 2 rather large humans, so there was a lot of talk about how they could even have sex. Funnily enough, neither the boy or girl got more than detention and both became legends. I believe they got married after high school. 3. Where I live there are 2 high schools in different sections of the city, but during summer school they alternate between campuses. One year during summer school one guy stabbed another guy in the chest over a girl. The stab victim died, and the other kid got tried as an adult. When school started up again there were random searches in our lockers, and security ones like at the airport when we arrived. Really messed up our school, which sucked, because both of those kids went to the other school in our city and apparently, that school didn't get nearly the same level of crackdown. Instead of a senior prank day our class went for a senior prank week. Every day a different prank. Well, it started off innocent at first, a party in the parking lot, silly string on the lockers, that kind of thing. Only then it escalated. Wednesday, there was a setup of 1000s of upside down cups filled with water, so that if any of them were removed it would completely cover the entire main hall with water. It took hours to clean up, and delayed class so much they cancelled the first half of the day. Thursday, the silly string got out of hand and they covered the entire school in it. Every doorway, every locker, all the stairs, hallways. It was a disaster. It was also a double whammy, because the boys' bathrooms in the main hallway had fesses all over the walls. Someone had just spread pounds of it everywhere. At this point the administration was losing their minds and told us in very clear terms that anyone who performed a prank on Friday would be immediately expelled. Everyone except for one guy stopped. What did he decide to do? He took the goldfish of the nicest, most genuinely amazing counselor at our school and killed it and smeared its guts all over the same bathroom that was covered in crap the day before. just dragged all over the wall like some morbid art exhibit. The counselor cried when he found out. All of us knew that was way too far, and we sympathized with him. The kid was eventually found and expelled, and that ended the most awful week possible at our high school. Prank week, as everyone in my class knows it as, was the biggest mistake we ever made. Note, I did not participate, or was even made aware of the pranks. I experienced them in real time just like the administration. So I have a list of incidents that happened at my middle school and high school. Mind you, I'm in West Virginia, so most of this is pretty regular stuff at schools here. In the time I was in middle school, there were 4 fights/jumpings that I can recollect. I fell victim to one of those, unfortunately. Broken noses, black eyes and the like were pretty normal, caused fights dragging out because our teachers were lazy and didn't want to break them up. There was a theory that one of the lockdowns we had was caused by a crazy old dude with a knife who was shot by the police after. I wasn't near that side of the school at the time, so I can neither confirm or deny it. We had multiple kids cause lockdowns for bringing knives to school and threatening kids. A teacher at the middle school was accused of taking up skirt pictures and having other child born, and was fired and rehired multiple times. The vice principal my 8th grade year was fired from multiple schools for stealing from activities booster accounts and getting gas for his car with it. He ended up drinking himself to death, I think. By the time I headed to high school, I thought that kids would be more mature and we wouldn't have issues. I was so horribly wrong. I went to that high school for 3 years. Every year there were at least 4 fights that were usually planned to be right before or after a holiday break, and usually planned and scheduled so people would watch them. There were multiple nude scandals with every single popular girl's pics being shared like they were Pokemon cards. Teen pregnancy was a normal thing, and usually the teachers helped the girls as they were usually poor and overwhelmed. One pregnant girl got into a fight and was thrown into the lockers and on the floor. There was a large drug bust every year, though usually just party pills or weed. We had multiple kids come to school drunk with alcohol on them. We had multiple bomb and shooting threats that had city, county, and state police responding gear with K9s. My senior year I left to do homeschool, anxiety and health problems forcing me out, and it got worse. A shooting threat caused the FBI to show up, some school rivalries got heated, and a kid who was from Parkland was heckled about the shooting during a basketball game. And then a friend of mine's younger brother committed suicide, and it really messed up the community. Amazing kid with a heart of gold. That year a teacher was accused of being sexual with students and requesting pics. He resigned and moved immediately, so it seems that was true. And that's all of the serious issues I can recollect. There were countless other embarrassing social incidents and my own silly escapades that don't fit the bill here. I was a school administrator, and we had a situation brewing between 2 factions of girls that stemmed from all of them deciding to try out for the cheerleading team. One group made it and one did it, which led to a lot of sheet talk on Twitter. The sheet talk led to face-to-face arguments and ultimately physical altercations. We had a zero tolerance policy for fighting, so a lot of the earlier fights happened off school grounds. We found out about those later on. At one point one subgroup followed a member of the opposing group home, and an ugly fight broke out in that neighborhood. Our principal got multiple phone calls, texts and emails from parents of the involved students about that incident and demanded a meeting so that the incidents would stop. Well, the meeting was never confirmed, but the parents still showed up, and you guessed it, another fight breaks out. Actually, multiple fights break out. Parents versus parents, students versus students, and yes, parents vs students. Lasted all of 8 minutes, but it felt like hours. Breaking it up was like trying to put out a forest fire with no water. The police were called, and apparently so was the local popular radio station. That actually led to the morning show's host immediate firing. It was by far the craziest incident I have been involved in my adult life. My best friend in high school has a no contact order against her father because of violence towards her mother, her, and her 6 siblings. One day, after several attempts to contact her and see her, he decided the most effective way of seeing her was to go to our high school with a machete, confronted the administration office, and threatened to kill everyone in the office and building if his daughter wasn't called down to the office. Unbeknownst to him, the administrator triggered the silent alarm. The office was behind glass and the only entry was through a door that you needed to be buzzed into. The silent alarm also warns the teacher that lockdown procedures are in place. The administrator then told him that she needs to look up her schedule to call her down from the classroom. The VP could see this going on from her office and was on the phone with 911 dispatch to advise where the father was and that he was in possession of machete. The administrator was purposefully taking her time and calling the wrong classrooms and advising that my friend was wanted in the administration office. The police arrived quickly and apprehended the father without incident. Most of the students didn't even know anything happened, nor did they make an official statement or send a notification home with the students. This was in the early 2000s and in Canada. My senior year of high school we had a pretty serious incident. To protect the identities of those involved I won't use any actual names. The school's creative writing and theater teacher, who we'll call Mr. Walker, was always very eccentric. I can attest to this because I was in his creative writing classes last year. Assignments in his class were rarely, if ever, actual writing prompts. Often they were tasks aimed at pushing us outside of our comfort zone. Buy a pizza and give it to a stranger. Convince a restaurant to give you a tour of the kitchen, or even take a selfie in an ambulance. These absurd assignments ended up bringing the students in his classes closer together, and we all had a lot of respect and admiration for him. It felt like there was a method to his madness and that all of these assignments were making us better writers somehow, and he was the mad genius helping all of us reach our potential. That's why it came as a massive shock one day when we learned he had taken his own life. My mom was also a teacher there, so she learned before most students and had me stay home from school that day. From her I learned that it had been figured out he had been sleeping with a male student. He was always openly gay and his adopted son actually went to the school with us. And also that the night before he made a very long Facebook post about how it would have been his dad's birthday, talking about how his dad had never approved of his lifestyle. A lot of students weren't prepared for the loss of a teacher they admired so much, along with the knowledge that that very same teacher had been sleeping with a minor all along. A lot of the friendships that had started between students in his class sort of faded after that, and some people that had been starting to show a lot more confidence and growth seemed to regress. My school isn't great by far, but it's not absolutely terrible in terms of wild stories. But last year, I think that was the craziest thing that happened in all my years in the school. I'm now a senior. Some kids from my school, were hanging out in a place near a really bad school. Something happened, and the kids from my school stole some weed from the kids at L. A huge fight breaks out between L and M kids, and 3 kids from my school got stabbed, though all of them survived. The principal announced that they were alright the next day, and my friend, who is on top of everything that happens and every piece of drama, showed me a video of the fight from Snapchat, and you can actually see as one of the L kids hits one of the M kids in the back in a weird way, and the M kid just fell off the L kid he was punching point. But that's not all. The next day, the L kids threatened the M kids that they would come into our school with weapons, and we had cops around our building all day. And apparently after my school day ended, there was a lockdown because the L kids were about to come to my school but ran away when they saw the police cars. Last year was extremely violent for some reason. There was even a thing where the black kids were like their own gang and the enemy gang were the Uzbeks and Russians. Thankfully I didn't experience any of the drama from it, but I was extra cautious walking home from school because I've heard of a few kids getting jumped by groups of the opposite gang. But besides that, I think my school is more or less normal. Everyone just kind of hates it and can't wait to graduate. I went to a Catholic middle school. The boys and girls were separated for gym because we changed into our gym uniforms before class and then back into our regular uniforms afterwards. I guess most schools have figured out this is a massive waste of time. So typically, we would alternate gym and art on our schedules, meaning the boys had the changing room after the girls were done. One day, us girls found an abandoned white sports bra in the changing room. Someone took a permanent marker, wrote one of the boys' last names on it, and hung it from the ceiling for all the boys to see when they walked in. I was pretty quiet and unsure of myself in middle school, so I didn't really participate in this other than laugh along. When the boys went into the change room, they were all cracking up really loudly, and the gym teacher caught wind of our prank. All the teachers and nuns freaked out, as they tend to do. We all got hauled out of art class and we were told to individually write down what happened, naming names. In the end, literally every single girl who was present in the gym that day got detention, whether they were involved or not. The reasoning was that even the bystanders who had not actively participated should have told an adult to spare the boy the embarrassment. Once they decided to actually suspend the girl who wrote the boy's name, the boy himself went to the principal to say that it really wasn't a big deal. He actually thought it was funny and to please stop punishing everyone. Suspension stood. My mom was pretty pissed I had detention and didn't really do anything. Then the boys had their own incident. From our 8th grade ski trip, one of the boys called the science teacher and said some pretty gross stuff to her. I don't remember exactly what was said, but it was probably stemming from the fact that one day while in class, she started to type a URL into the browser, which was being projected up onto the board. She started typing P, and a bunch of previously visited porn sites popped up as options. Woo. They all got suspended too. My school really hated my class. We actually graduated on the 6th of June 2006, which was pretty hilarious to us. The infamous train. It started out as a rumor that an ex-cheerleader kicked off the team for alcohol-related issues, faked a group of football players one night. It was later confirmed when she went around school telling the girlfriends of said players that she banged them. This spread like wildfire and the administration had no idea how to handle it. She was suspended for a week or so for causing fights and being disruptive to the students. While she was gone, it started to die down. She came back, but to everyone's disappointment, nothing really happened. We think the administration threatens expulsion if anything did. She was a senior about to graduate, so she didn't make a scene. Then, our student council hosted a guys beauty pageant themed charity event. One of the contestants was one of the passengers on the train. He was warned prior to it that any mention of the event would have consequences. When it was his time to come up, the announcer, a girl from the student council, said his name, listed the sports he played, what he liked to do, and then said, "You all know him from the famous train." There was a huge uproar of laughter from the students. The music was immediately cut, and he was taken off stage by a teacher. Apparently, he was able to convince the staff that he had no hand in what the girl said. They had not warned the girl to not mention it, only him, so he, somehow, talked his way back on stage. He was set to do a skills challenge for his talent portion with music playing in the background. He juggled a soccer ball, caught a one-handed pass from his QB, and dribbles 2 basketballs at once. His finales was to make a fancy dribbles with one of the basketballs and then drain a basket from across the stage. Well, the music starts building as he's drooling, and it starts getting faster and faster, building to a climax. Once the music reaches its height, he pulls up and launches a shot. The music cuts out for a second, and as soon as the ball goes in, a deafening "choo-choo-choo" rings through the auditorium. It was incredible. The majority of students stood and cheered while he was dragged from the stage. I believe he was suspended for a week, but this was a week before graduation, and he was already accepted into a university, so it was more like a vacation for him. Student starts leading up an anti-bullying campaign following a girl's suicide. Extra sad because the girl was 14 and had just had a baby, and rumor was that she had been raped. But nobody could pinpoint who the bullying was coming from, because the hateful messages came from an account on Facebook that had been deleted. Fast forward to anti-bullying rally arranged by said student. Apparently, some superhero kids took it upon themselves to discover who sent those messages. And somehow, they figured out it was the student leading the rally. Instead of going to authorities, they exposed the wipe as the bully responsible for the girl's suicide at his own anti-bullying rally by putting up the messages he sent to the girl on the big projector, meant to show bullying statistics. He told her she should have had an abortion, that she was a slut, and all kinds of terrible things. She told him she had been raped, and he said she deserved it, and she should kill herself for her baby's sake. That was all sent the night she hung herself. Guy wasn't at school the next day, and the next time anyone saw him, it was in the form of a mugshot. I don't think he served any real time for it, but nobody ever forgave him for driving her to it, and they never let him forget what he did. He finally moved away and ended up having a stroke at 25 and died. Very few people were sad. Late to the party, but where to start? One new teacher, fairly attractive English teacher, just got her master's, recently engaged, basically had her life starting to fall into place, got invited to a junior/senior party by the popular football guys, who proceeded to get drunk with her and run a train on her. She got pregnant from the party, her fiancé left her, and she was quickly replaced mid-year. There were two weird, pasty twins, like the McPoyle brothers, if Naruto ran everywhere. One ended up getting his sheet straight, the other was caught jacking off in the middle of JROTC by the commanding officer. One kid, M, was caught forcing another kid, also M, to give him a blue job under the gym bleachers against his will. It was, of course, the really homophobic kid that constantly harassed the performing arts students. The principal, really unpopular guy, tried to skew test results to favor students of his own race regardless of merit for years. While everyone knew this, they couldn't actually prove he was setting out to do it, so he got away with it. Lot of deserving kids missed out on scholarships and opportunities, while others that got them wasted them. Years after I graduated, he was asked to step down after it came out that he tried to silence a girl that reported being sexually assaulted by several football players for nearly a week. The girl finally went to her parents, who went straight to the police. When I was a freshman at my high school, there was a scandal involving a group of upperclassmen cheating on tests. A small group of 12th and 11th graders had somehow acquired a set of master keys to the school and would routinely sneak into the school at night, use the keys to get into the teacher's lounge and offices, and steal or copy the answers of the scantrons for tests. They mainly did this for the core classes like science and math, but a ton of different classes were involved. This group had been breaking into the school and stealing the answers to tests for years. In some of the students' cases, they had been doing this for all throughout high school. Naturally, they had top grades because of this. Almost all of these kids had been accepted into extremely competitive top 10 universities, undoubtedly, in part because of their grades. There were about 10 to 15 seniors caught in this cheating ring, and it was determined that it had been going on for years, possibly for like 10 to 15 years back or even longer. This set of master keys had been passed down from older siblings and older friends several times. It was pretty crazy. I can't remember if the school notified the colleges that the students were accepted to or not, but it was a big deal at the time, and it was completely unfair to the students who worked really hard to try and get into the same universities, only to be denied because some kids had perfect grades because they had been cheating on their tests since freshman year. Okay, so this was at college, but should still count. It was freshman year at college and me and my friend were in class. To put this in perspective, my professor is a 80-something-year-old with a metal leg and a walker. This is in a lecture hall where the problem fits about 150, but it's only half full. All of a sudden there is a man just dancing in the corner. This is up top, so the professor can't see him. I think nothing of it and go back to learning. A few minutes later, my friend tapped my shoulder to look over again at the guy, and he was sitting in a chair butt naked, occasionally standing up and dancing. Eventually I left to call campus security, but others had already called it. The professor keeps teaching, partly because the man is up some stairs he can't really go up and partly because he just really loves math. Eventually campus security comes, but can't touch him. They try talking to him. The professor says you're going to get frostbite. Eventually campus security convinces the guy to put on sweet pants. Then he yells out, "I am Lucifer." He soon after bolts out of the room and the professor continues on with the lecture. The police came and tackled him. I didn't see this, and the next class someone from the school came and talked to us for half the lecture and told us to go to counseling if we needed to. To this day I don't know what he was on. We think maybe like bath salts, but I don't know. I was in the marching band in high school. One day, when we were on the way back from a competition, I was just playing Mario Kart with some friends. We heard a lot of screaming and loud noises like, "oh" come from the back, but we didn't think much of it. The chaperones were at the front of the bus, and apparently they didn't think much of it either. Turns out a bunch of people including the drum major were playing a dirty version of Truth or Dare, where people were getting groped, licked, etc. They got like 1/3 of the band suspended, and the administration cancelled the Disney World trip we were going to have at the end of the semester. When the parents found out the trip was cancelled, there was a shouting match between the parents of the innocent kids, the band director, and the parents of the kids who partook in the game at a meeting. The entire school found out about it, and we were the laughingstock of the school for the rest of the year. The band director retired at the end of the year. We also got the football coach pissed at us because some idiot in the band decided to jump and hang from the field goal, which ended up tilting it at a noticeable angle. Luckily, it didn't affect the outcome of anything, but it could been really bad. Needless to say, we weren't well liked. I've posted this before, adding some others that I remember. There were a few point when I was a sophomore or junior, a few seniors in my HS killed a deer, put its body in a hockey bag, and dumped it in a stairwell for their senior prank. Imagine the horror as a bunch of kids opened the doors to a stairwell and saw blood dripping down the stairs with a pool of it at the bottom. Straight out of a horror movie. I doubt there are pictures of it anymore, but if I find one, I'll post it. Our school organized a walkout for a teacher they were threatening to fire. She had students in her class that were the worst of the worst in our school. There was no making them behave, but the school saw it as the teacher not doing her job. They ignored the fact that the kids in her class who flashed their heroin and syringes in class were the problem. We were on the news for this. We had a week-long event of bomb threats at our school. They would have probably kept happening if administration didn't threaten to add days we missed on the school year. Had an incident where a student beat the choir teacher with a chair. Students treated going to rehab multiple times as if it was a rite of passage to be accepted. No joke, it was like they bragged about being a drug addict at 16 to 17. Bathrooms didn't have doors on their stalls. This was to prevent students from smoking in the bathroom. It didn't work. Girl wanted to have sex with a guy at school. Guy didn't have condoms on him. Guy took the saran wrap, cling wrap, from some part of his lunch and used it as a condom. This is copy pasted from another thread, but it's relevant to the topic. I was the center of the story and almost got expelled for it. I got teased and tormented a lot in junior high by students and faculty alike. Well, to vent and release stress, I'd write random fanfics in this giant notebook I had. Well, one day I got called into the guidance counselor's office and he asked if everything was okay. I said, I guess. Why am I being called in here? He replied, well, some students and teachers have been voicing their concerns about you, saying you write in a notebook a lot when you get upset. Is this true? I told him yes, this is true. I write stories in the notebook to vent my frustrations and release stress. He looked at me and told me, well, everyone has been saying that you're writing a hit list. I need to see the notebook. I told him to go fuck himself and walked out of his office, and I went back to class. After that particular class got out, I tried to go to my locker, and on the way I was confronted by our security officer asking to see my book bag. I asked why several times and he refused to tell me why, so I told him no, and what's in my book bag isn't any of his faking business. When I finally reached my locker, I saw the principal opening my locker and he asked where is the notebook. I told him I'm not giving him the notebook. He said okay, then we can wait for the police to arrive in my office. I told him that was fine. I asked to call my parents while we waited, and he said that was fine. My parents show up before the police, and when they arrive the principal tells my parents the situation and they look at me and ask if I write about things when I'm angry. I told them I do. They asked what I write about, and I told them I write fan fictions about my favorite video games, or I write scenarios for my friend and I's D&D games. They asked to see the notebook, and I said okay. I pulled the notebook out of my book bag and they flipped through it for a few minutes and asked if they could give it to the principal. I told them okay. He flipped through it and then asked, why did you refuse to give this to the guidance counselor, security, or myself? And I told him, because all I do is get made fun of and picked on at school by teachers and students alike. This was the one thing that made me feel good when the entire school was a shit show. and I didn't think anyone would believe me, even if I showed them, or they would only read the violent scenes in some of my stories and think I was a violent person. Like what you're doing to me right now. My parents looked at me and then looked at the principal and then looked at me again and asked, well, what are you feeling right now? And replied violated, pissed off, sad, I don't want to be here. The principal asked me, what do you mean by you don't want to be here? I was in tears at this point and yelled, I don't want to be in this faking school anymore. I'm surrounded by people who hate me and teachers who think I'm a bad person because I don't fall in line like the rest of the students. I hate coming to school every day because I feel like shit all day because of this place. Finally the police arrived and the principal dismissed them shortly after they arrived and they left. My parents asked me if it was okay if they spoke to the principal privately. I said okay and went outside and sat on a bench. About 20 minutes later they came outside and found me. They told me they had talked to the principal and I will have all new classes by Monday, so I don't have to deal with the same students or teachers every day, but that I was also suspended for a week. Not because I did anything wrong, but because the principal wanted me to calm down and come back to school with a level head. I told them okay, and we went home. Well, over the course of that week the story of my encounter with our security officer and our principal spread like wildfire. Every time I walked down the halls I'd get side-eyed. Every time I entered a class the entire room had eyes on me. People would openly joke to the teacher about not to make me mad, or they'd end up on my hit list. Even teachers would joke about it, point the damage was already done. I was the talk of the school and a social outcast. None of my friends would talk to me. Teachers would ignore me. I felt so alone and isolated. Constant anxiety, panic attacks on nearly a daily basis. I'd fall asleep crying almost every day. I lasted maybe 2 weeks after I came back from my suspension and I asked my parents if I could transfer schools, which I did. About a month later a friend from that school reached out to my parents and asked if I was even alive because word around the school was that I killed myself. We've had several. My freshman year, a freshman girl and senior boy were faking at the top of one of the stairwells, in the middle of class, in plain view of 3 cameras. Other students walked by, all of them just ignored it, or fist bumped the guy. One filmed it, and uploaded it to Twitter, Instagram, and Snapchat. It went locally viral and the cameraman was arrested when he got off the school bus, for filming child pornography. Our women's basketball team got banned for the season because we got in a huge brawl in the middle of a game because the opposing team made fun of us. Also my freshman year, one of the English teachers had a massive stroke in the middle of class due to undiagnosed stage 4 brain cancer. People were shook up because she was a popular teacher, but I didn't know her. There are 2 computer science teachers at my school. One is obviously, but not openly, he changes the subject when someone asks him about it, as he should, gay, since he always says partner when talking about his significant other. My mom found him on Facebook and saw his wedding photos, confirming his homosexuality. The other CS teacher everyone thought was straight, until in my sophomore year, someone found him on Grindr. The principal managed to shut down the rumor before it spread. Nothing much happened during my junior year. Over the summer before my senior year, a marching band member and overall pretty popular guy had a simultaneous stroke and seizure at work. He was dead before he hit the ground. Everyone who knew him was sad. Everyone always talks about how they miss him. I don't. I hated him. He was an asshole to me from the first time I ever even looked at him. We had a bomb threat at our school almost every year. We would show up to the school and all the kids would be standing outside. They would sweep the school and never find a bomb and try to resume the school day afterwards, but it never worked well. I would always tell my parents there was a bomb threat and that I wasn't going to school. Sometimes they would call me in, but so many kids wouldn't show up they really should have just closed. One time a cop stopped us because we were walking around town on one of those days and tried to get us to go back to school. We told him our parents called us out and he took all our names, our school, and stated a rule called hall sweeps because so many kids were late to class. The reason kids were late is because the school has upwards of 1,000 kids and the main stairwell is a tight squeeze. The traffic between classes was insane. We had 5 minutes to get to class and you were lucky to make it to class without running. By the way, running in the halls is also against the rules. So they made this rule, and every period after the bell teachers or administrators or paras would roam the halls looking for kids caught after class, and teachers were instructed to lock the doors, so if you were late you couldn't get in, no matter the excuse. They would round up all of these kids caught in the halls, and they would take them to the cafeteria and sit them down. Kids figured out that sitting in the cafeteria doing nothing was better than going to class and doing schoolwork, so many kids started purposefully getting house wet just to ditch class. It was a really stupid move on the part of the school and backfired heavily. I saved arguably the best for last. Blankets got banned at our school because kids were caught getting down and dirty in the hallway under one. Kids were caught in the bathroom snorting coke. Kids were always taking pills, and I knew multiple people who would drink alcohol during class. Also, many of the kids would dip, and the teachers would look past it, even though there was a strict no tobacco policy. If you got caught with cigarettes though, you'd be in big trouble. It was really ridiculous. TLDR, suburbs are wild places to go to public school. It happened off campus. We had one kid in school who was the typical kind of popular guy who bounced off the walls, talked back to teachers, never stopped joking around in class, and just generally acted like he owned the place. Then one night he went to a party that had alcohol that was allowed and supervised by someone's parents. This of course is in the United States, where the drinking age is 21. He drank just enough to think he was sober enough to take his friends home. There were 3 people in the car: him, the driver, and 2 passengers. He ended up crashing the car. 1 boy was killed on impact. 1 kid was able to call 911. The driver was in a coma for a while, but made a full recovery. So of course, the parents who allowed alcohol at the party were sued and lost a lot of friends. The boy who died, he was one of 2 siblings. So now his sister was an only child. The crash happened over the weekend, so every student in the school got the news by Sunday. On Monday, when everyone showed up to school, every student was dragging their feet and looking down at the ground like they were mourning too. The kid who died was pretty popular, so it's possible a lot of it was genuine grief. But I think mostly it was actually shocking to see that their parents had been right. Don't drink and drive. All these high schoolers were rattled to see real life consequences of stupid choices they loved to make, and when the driver finally came back to school, he looked like that too, shuffling his feet and looking down at the ground. He always looked grief-stricken. I never saw him get up and dance at another pep rally. Never saw him joking around in the hall again. I don't think he made eye contact with anyone but his close friends again. That was the biggest, fastest change I've ever seen in anyone to this day. I don't remember any serious incidents at my school or been around any. However, my school has had fires before. There are 2 stories of serious fires. One is when I was in year 5 or grade 5 for those outside of the UK, and there was an oven in the lunch hall that caught fire. 3 fire trucks entered our school and my class had to sit outside in the field to wait until the fire was done. It was eventually stopped and we were allowed back in the school. Sadly, it didn't take out the kitchen. If it did, I would have had 1 week free. Now, the second part was in 2007 that was passed down from the year 6s of the school, who are probably now adults. They said that half the school burnt down and the school was rebuilt. However, there is no evidence supporting this, so don't believe it 100%. That's all my school stories, or all the fires, as I don't remember any very serious incidents. Here are some mini incidents I remember though. One time in year 4 my math teacher swore at us, but he got fired. There are 2 children at our school who died. I'm not sure how, but I have heard one of them died from a crash. Not 100% true as it's rumors, and that's it. Edit. Dang, my post is way bigger than any other I see. Edit. One more story. One kid was expelled from our school for having a BB gun, and another kid got expelled for having an old gun which he got into police trouble, as guns are illegal to own in the UK, which is where I'm from. The police arrived at the school and took him to custody. This was during year 6. He also caused us to go to the hall and get our trays, or lockers, our bags and lunch bags, to get checked for any weapons. Which one? My freshman year, the big talk was about a kid who killed himself the year before. Apparently was on the phone with his friend at the time and shot himself in the head. That friend he was on the phone with conveniently started dating that guy's ex after he killed himself. Lots of speculation that he convinced the guy to kill himself so he would date his girl. Also my freshman year, a hockey coach got terminated for having sex with a student. That student bragged about it. Must have been sophomore year. We had a teacher fired for having booze in his desk and being constantly drunk. His name as I recall was Mr. Wild. Fairly fitting. My sophomore year also one of our teachers went AWOL. She was always a little strange, but especially so this year. At study hall she would come up in your face and smack your desk and get mad at you if you weren't having fun and goofing around when she and other classmates were. Seemed contradictory to the study hall. Other days she would be up in your face about talking too much. She was scared. I had this same teacher the following year for history. She was my first period. Many days she was late, so we were all sitting in the hall waiting. One day she didn't show up until the first period was over and no one could figure out where she was. A district helper, who happened to later be my father-in-law, ended up completely bullshitting that entire first period. She also made you carry a sign when you needed to go to the bathroom. That sign was made of a large unfolded cardboard box. It was about 3 foot tall by 4 feet wide and read, "I'm missing out on an important educational experience because I have to tinkle. Yeah." When I was senior class president, the senior prank I organized made it so we couldn't do pranks anymore. In retrospect, I'm amazed that no one got sued and that my father, the Bible teacher at my Christian high school, kept his job. It was a small private school, so small that all the classrooms were portable offices, little separate classrooms that included the front office, but there was a master key that worked in all of the classrooms. When my dad was out of town one week, I made a copy of his master key. On the seniors' last day, we organized a going away party for all the teachers with sandwiches, cake, and punch in the front office. Once all the teachers were in the office, chowing down and talking about their plans for the summer, we locked the front door. There were bars on the windows, so they couldn't get out that way, and drove a truck in front of the door for good measure. After that, it sort of turned into Lord of the Flies. A lot of people knew we were going to do something crazy as it was a tradition for the seniors to prank the school on their last day, so the minute all the authority figures were locked in the Bastille, every dork in the school went running off into the woods. If there was a freshman in sight, he was getting duct taped to the flagpole in hogtied fashion or any other way that a senior could think of to tape someone. My one friend in my class had a freshman brother with a big mouth, so the two of us caught him and tried to tie him up, but he kept on fighting us. He was a wiry son of a beach, so we had to bring in another dude from the soccer team to get him duct taped. He accidentally smacked his head on a rock and was bleeding, but it wasn't gushing, so we left him on the ground point. After about an hour, I saw the guy I really wanted to duct tape running to his car. He was this cocky, frat boy type of guy, and I felt that he stole a girl from me. Looking back now, I realize that I was just an awkward guy, and he was not, so I was going to get revenge. We had already duct taped all the freshmen we could find. We were sexist and only duct taped boys, so all the senior guys were kind of milling about until I yelled, "There he is," and went running after the frat boy. There must have been 6 or 7 of us. It was more of a mob, really, and we caught him in front of his car. He flailed a bit and tried to get away, but it was useless. We caught him, and I had the bright idea to duct tape him to the porch that was sort of in the middle of the lawn that was in between all of the classrooms, the town center, if you will. I'm still unclear how this happened exactly, but at some point between his car and the porch his shirt came off. In our brilliance, we decided to duct tape him up on the porch with his arms out, you know, kind of like Jesus, humiliated in front of everyone, but also to put a strip of duct tape across his nipples. The dude looked utterly dejected, honestly, but with me being the guy that I was, I decided to rip off the duct tape. His nipples were still intact, but I heard there was some blood and I definitely remember some signs of remorse from the crowd. At some point a couple of the senior girls let him off of the porch and helped him find his shirt. We had all dispersed by then and let the teachers out of the office. The problem is that someone took a photo of him duct taped in the shape of a crucifix, bleeding from his nipples, and posted it on the internet somewhere. This was in the late 90s, when that meant less than it would have if it happened in 2018, but because of the newness of the internet and all the misconceptions surrounding it, this picture caused quite a scandal. His parents were not on the school district board, but they may as well have been with the amount of money that they donated to the school. Needless to say, they threatened to sue the school if they didn't get an apology from all of the boys involved. We all wrote the apology, but there were no more class pranks for fear of getting expelled or in trouble with the law. My dad kept his job, but he was mad for a bit. As for the frat boy, apparently, he was very embarrassed about the little bit of flab he had and started working out like crazy. I haven't talked to him since then, but I know that he's a successful businessman and married a former NFL cheerleader. March, junior year of high school, one of the most popular kids in our class drove off to another town and shot himself. Tore us all the fuck up because A, our graduating class was under 100 and we had gotten to know each other pretty well, and B, we kind of all expected it. He was pretty open about being depressed and or unstable, but never did anything about it. I do remember the visitation pretty vividly. Went with my best friend of 12 years, who had also gotten really close to him, but drifted apart after some pretty messy arguments. Waited in line to talk to his parents, but couldn't think of anything to say. She finally broke down at his casket, and I followed pretty quickly while trying to comfort her. It had been one long and emotionally taxing school week, and this pushed me over too. Overall an extremely shitty experience I'd never wish on anyone, but I think in some faked up way it brought our high school class a little closer together. And then fall of senior year this other kid pushed his mom out a window, perhaps after smothering her first, we're not totally sure. He was also somewhat popular, but more in the everyone knew about him kind of way. Syrian family and devout Muslim, but also a MAGA hat wearing Trump supporter in our liberal leaning school. Still faked up our class pretty hard, but there was obviously far less grieving. And I mean, I don't sympathize with him at all, but occasionally go read up on the case in the local news, and the comments are always pretty insufferable Islamophobic garbage. Like, he did something awful, but there's zero need to write on some random news story about how he's also gonna figure out there's number 72 virgins. Just flames of hell or some shit. Come on man. Southside, Chicago. My senior year, about a week before graduation, I injured my foot while out drinking. I had one of those walking boots and crutches. Gang members from my neighborhood, school was 45 minutes away, decided to take the opportunity to jump me for not being in their gang. I was not in any gang, but I did hang out more with their rival gang while at school, and didn't hang out with gang members in my neighborhood. Anyway, there were 4 of them, and they approached me, and one of my friends saying things like, "You can't be from our neighborhood and hang out with them." One approaches me about to swing and someone comes flying in from the side and punches him in the face. It is one of their rival gang members. Suddenly, this turns into multiple people fighting in what can only be described as an all-out gang brawl. I'm amazed, because I didn't get hit or throw a punch, but there's easily 40 to 50 guys and girls fighting. In my stunned state, I didn't notice another guy from my neighborhood walk up. He was in the neighborhood gang, but he and I were friends in elementary school. He says, "Take this," and tries to hand me a gun that he has taken out of his fanny pack. Hey, this was 88. In one of my all-time great decisions, I declined his offer and took my chances. The whole brawl probably lasted less than 10 minutes. Multiple police cars came, and one cop discharged a shotgun into the air. Yeah, it was crazy. Turns out, that was the largest fight in school history and I started it. TLDR, some guys tried to jump me. A big gang fight started, and a friend tried to give me a gun to defend myself. Edit, there/there. When I was in 3rd grade, several kids got shot with a pellet gun by a teenager on a hill next to the school. I don't remember it that well, but I was there in the mix and saw some kids with holes in their legs. In 6th grade, there was a girl sunbathing on the other side of the fence from the school. She had her top untied in the back, so she wouldn't get a tan line. A group of kids started throwing rocks at her, trying to get her to stand up to see her boobs. She was the daughter of a teacher and a bunch of kids got in serious trouble. In middle school, a girl's dad got caught hiding in the pit of a public toilet filming people. He was some big business executive, and when they caught him, He killed himself. https://www.highbeam.com/doc/1g1-81019667.html. Also in middle school, a girl disappeared. A guy with a security car that has lights like a police officer pulled her over and kidnapped her, killed her, and cut her up. She was 2 years older than me, and my brother is in grade, and school got really weird for a while after that. High school, we had a counselor. I would ask a lot of seriously personal questions about our sex lives. At the time I thought he was kind of cool and down to earth and just wanted to relate to us. After they found out he'd been molesting tons of kids at a church, it all started to make sense. This sheet is confusing as hell, so stay with me. In high school, my teacher/coach Jeff was married with a couple kids, girls, as well as one on the way. Dude was so excited to finally have a boy. His wife Betty worked at a neighboring town school. Baby gets born. Jeff finds out the kid isn't his. It was fathered by Bill, another teacher at the neighboring school Betty works at, who was also married to Jane with kids. Bill and Jane were also pregnant, but it turns out Jeff was the father of Jane's baby. Jeff and Betty get a divorce. Bill and Jane follow suit. They swap spouses, get remarried, and live happily ever after. There was always a rumor about them being swingers, but never any proof. Until then, the mayor also had a custodian who was a really awesome guy, probably late 50s early 60s age, around 6'2" tall. We were at basketball practice after school and he asked for the ball, so we passed it to him. He walks under the basket and flat-footed, jumps and dunks the ball, in cowboy boots, at age 60. He ended up killing himself a year later. RIPR. Another unrelated custodian got caught with a hidden video camera in the girls' locker room. That was cool. Our wrestling coach/health teacher got caught faking a 16-year-old girl. There were others too, but this post is already too long. Go back and read the first story again. LMAO. Oh boy, there are a few people in my town suck at driving. Every year at least 1 to 2, usually, high school kids would die in a car accident. The ones that come to mind would be my friend's brother, speeding, and another car, my neighbor. Don't remember how this one happened. And then 2 sisters from my sports team were killed when they lost control and hit a tree. That one was really tough on everyone because they were on their way to a football game at the rival school. Some chick convinced everyone that she had cancer. No one really questioned it because you don't question whether someone has cancer. Somehow her sibs didn't hear about this for a couple months. When they finally did, they asked their parents, and then the whole thing came out as fake. Musical season. A car full of high schoolers on their way to set up for the show later that night. On the road right next to the school, they hit a pedestrian, adult male, and killed him on impact. The thing is that the driver was only allowed to have one person, so the other kids all got out and ran from the scene to the school. I don't think the driver was ever charged with anything serious, and the kids who ditched didn't get any charges either. Even though everyone knew what happened, there were also several pregnant chicks, but that happened there more. But pretty much the same stuff that's already posted. The paperclip fight. Probably point in year 7. Not sure what the US equivalent is. We were in science class and we were doing some sort of practical. I can't remember all of the specifics, but I remember that we needed a paperclip each. So, we all get our paper clips, and I'm standing at the back of my class with my friends when I see that one of the tallest guys in our class, Shane, is holding up a paperclip. The shortest guy in our class, Kyle, is trying to get it back since it was originally his, but Shane just keeps waving it about in the air. Kyle's friend, Tyler, gets pissed off about it. Now, Tyler's about the same height as Shane and pretty strong, so he's in a better position to get the paperclip back. Shane's expecting Tyler to just go for the paperclip, but instead, Tyler pushes him and starts fighting him. The two are throwing hits and kicking until they get to the back of the class. At this point, I had to move before I ended up getting hit myself, and now Tyler's got Shane in a headlock and everyone's standing around like, wait, why are they fighting? The teacher didn't even do anything to stop the fight. I don't blame her though. Those two guys were pretty strong. It was one of the girls in our year who eventually broke up the fight and told them to cut it out. Honestly, I don't even remember if Tyler managed to get the paperclip back. All I know is that it's one of those school fights that people talk about even today. Point TLDR, guys fight over paperclip, and it goes down in school history as the stupidest fight ever. We had 3 in our school. A popular boy asked a girl to prom with a picture on Instagram of him holding a knife and a poster that said "Come to prom with me or I'll rap you." The backlash was insane, and a few of his ex-girlfriends came out and admitted he used to ask them to pretend he was rapping them during sex, and he would joke about how slutty real rap victims were. Very messy, and he was never held responsible by anyone because they are just jokes. In junior high, someone made a detailed hit list and left it in the bathroom. It had the first and last names of everyone that was going to kill on a specific date. Next to no one came to school that day, and no one could figure out who made the list because most people in the list didn't even know each other and came from wildly different backgrounds/circles. We had 2 valedictorians. One was a band kid with a squeaky clean record and the nicest demeanor I've ever seen. The other was an asshole. He was an athlete, so teachers graded him well on purpose. He would cheat on app tests. He bought essays online, was generally a typical future frat boy, and was ridiculously racist, but managed to lie his way into a full ride scholarship to Gonzaga. So, when a homeboy tweeted about asking people to take the towels off their heads in an airport, black women being only good for sex, and a whole lot of xenophobic shit, we all decided it was enough. So the entire senior class got together to ruin his life. We gathered screenshots, revised test scores, evidence of him bragging about cheating, videos of bullying and racist behavior, and evidence he bought essays. Sent that sucker to Gonzaga and posted it to Twitter and got his scholarship revoked. Honestly, I never heard from that kid after that. It was kind of faked up, but he hasn't earned any of it in the first place, and he was definitely rich enough to go to college by paying. So, I have a couple stories, one from before I actually started, and a handful from after I got there. To begin with, there was a student with a gun. He apparently had pulled it, though I can't recall if he fired. He then filed the school. There are 3 schools total within less than a mile, a high school, middle school, and elementary school, all of which were put on lockdown. Later that day, my dad, who volunteered with a first grade teacher at the elementary school, was helping with kids getting picked up. In talking with one of the parents, my dad realized they knew the kid with the gun and knew his address. My dad had them fill him in, then he told the police. He got caught within the next few hours. When I finally got to my high school, things went fairly uneventful until my senior year. My senior year was marked by a teacher getting fired for sleeping with students, another teacher getting caught and fired for having lied about all his teaching credentials, kids getting arrested for trying to steal a stone statue of our mascot back from a school a county over, one of our most beloved teachers dying, and the week from hell. This week consisted of Monday, 1 bomb threat on Facebook, a kid having a major health complication in the cafeteria that was so severe he had to be taken to the hospital, a girl trying to stab someone else in the cafeteria, not the same kid as before, a kid bringing a gun to school and the school being set on fire, burning a huge chunk of the 3rd floor, and finally, on Thursday, another bomb threat got called in point, and before anyone asks, yes, this was in Florida. So this was in my 7th grade year, and for my school district we have middle school for just 7th and 8th graders. There were these 2 kids who had a relationship and were kinda flirty in a more sexual way. One example is when in a band the girl was caught sitting right on top of the guy's lap. I was in band with them, but everyone just kinda laughed it off. Well, eventually they broke up and everyone just went on doing what 7th graders do. Eventually it's spring, and apparently the 2 kids still kinda liked each other. For the next part you'll need some exposition. In my school you get off of the bus in the morning and all of the students go into the gym and wait for the morning bell for 10 minutes or so, and once the bell rings, the students have 10 minutes to unpack and get to class. Well, on this specific day, the 2 students who still liked each other but weren't in a relationship went to the band room instead of the gym and went into a short hallway where some band instruments are kept in extra lockers. Apparently the 2 got pretty horny and the girl started giving the guy a blue job in the hallway. Unlucky for them, someone found them and told the band teacher, and the band teacher told the principal. The two kids got suspended for 3 weeks and spread like wildfire. All the guys were excited that one of them was able to get a blue job, which is something hormone-ridden 7th graders could only dream of. Eventually they came back, and when 8th grade year came along, all of the teachers pretty much forgot about the incident. The girl dropped out of band, but the guy stayed, and now he's one of the best trumpet players in his section. TLDR, girl gave a guy a blue job behind the band room in 7th grade. Edit 1. Added TLDR. JROTC teacher got a junior pregnant. They fell in love, and he was quietly asked to leave. No media coverage. That's not very surprising, because we also had a debate science teacher share a tent with a girl on a camping trip, sent her texts threatening to break her boyfriend's legs because he said he wasn't good enough for her, and there was like one news story and he just had to go to a class about being appropriate around students. He's still there. Small towns suck. Edit. I'm remembering more now. This was when my brother was going there. A girl was having severe mental problems and told people she was going to kill people for fun, I believe including a school counselor. She was admitted somewhere, but the courts decided she should be allowed back at school once she was released. She ended up stabbing 2 girls who went into the girls' bathroom just because they were there. 2 boys heard the screaming from the hallway and stopped her. At least one of the girls was okay. If you look up stabbing at SHS you should find it. People did coke in the bathrooms and then some tabs of acid during our spirit walk. The sheriff came to our school to talk about the dangers of doing drugs and accidentally said, "Now I know you're last smoking weed," and the entire gym started crying with laughter. No one could get control of us, so we were just dismissed back to our classes. I still think it's hilarious. Lighter note, during my senior year we had the fire alarm go off every day for a week and continually go off every few days for the rest of the month because kids would vape in the bathrooms. I don't know why it kept happening, because it was obviously the same kids. It was always the same time of day in a building's bathrooms. Once it was chemistry class, but still. I never knew if it was true. I grew up in a third world country. You never know what really might have happened here. This happened in primary school. I went to a mixed gender school, and every year there was the sports day festival like in many other countries. However, within this poor country, the school I attended was the one with the best prestigious reputation, as much as that may mean for a small poor country. What I'm trying to say by this is that they have the money and power to cover something up that might affect their reputation. It was something which everyone in the school world noticed but no one really talked about. The school was very large, and just behind the main studying building there was a small garden which was never used, and school staff advised us against going there. But still we sometimes did go there, because it was very quiet and a little scary as well, since no one was there. This is where things get fishy. Every sports day festival, that area would get locked down the very next day, because the police would be conducting some investigation. Yes, with the police tape and officers asking students and staff questions all over the school. No one really paid attention to it, because in that country seeing police everywhere was not an unusual event. However, as rumors passed around the school, the word was that every year one of the students who wins any kind of gold medal in the sports day festival will disappear there. Apparently the police were there because a finger that was cut off was found there. Naturally I was convinced this was a lie, but then I met some older students who were friends with those who disappeared, and they told me the school paid them money to stay quiet about the matter. And the school paid the child's parents money as well to not go to the newspapers. When that rumor got spread around the school, there was never anyone going in the back garden, and also the next year they actually put a gate in that area just before the next sports day festival and closed it off. Now reading back over it, it seems like a big lie, but when I was like 12, damn, I believed it, and it scared me. This took place when I was in the 10th grade. In the morning before class started, everyone waited in the cafeteria for the first bell to ring. As soon as it rings, and we all start heading to the first period, a few very loud bang 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 noises erupt from somewhere in the crowd of the cafeteria. Naturally, everyone started running towards the nearest classroom to hide. Everyone was in a panic. I'm not sure why, but I didn't think much of the situation and decided not to run anywhere until I heard a teacher scream, "This is not a drill." That's when I bolted to my Spanish class, where we barricaded ourselves into the room. Of course, everyone, including myself, were freaking the hell out. I was scared shitless, thinking that today could be the day that I died. So I pulled out my phone, called my mom, filled her in on the situation, and told her that I loved her. The "oh sorry I was such a piece of shit, should've been a better kid" type thing. We are literally sobbing on both lines, as everyone else in the room pretty much was. That's when the principal gives us a message on the intercom, informing the whole school that basically, some good-for-nothing hooligans decided it was a good idea to set off bottle rockets and other fireworks in the cafeteria this morning. How nobody saw these alleged fireworks, I have no idea. Point at the end of the day, we were lucky it was only a fireworks fiasco and not a more serious lockdown. It still doesn't change the fact that I was damn near sheeting myself at school, but better safe than sorry, I guess. I've got 3. First off, it's the half day before Christmas break my junior year of high school. We all want to go home. At noon, when we would be dismissed, we are told we have to go back to our homerooms over the PA. We do. Soon rumors spread that the elementary school, separate campus from the HS, had gone into lockdown because a suspicious person was inside and they couldn't find him. Local police arrive, state police arrive, SWAT team arrives. Every insane rumor you can imagine is being spread. Guy has a bomb. Guy was a druggie and overdosed in the bathroom he had barricaded himself in. Everything you can imagine. Turns out it was some student from the alternative edition program being taken to the elementary school for a transport change and had asked to go inside to use the bathroom. He had left before the police were even called and was outside posting the cops' arrival on Snapchat. 2. Principal gets drunk the night before graduation with a back of .24, 3x the legal limit. Gets in an accident, is arrested. School tries to cover it up for a month until someone sees his name on the court schedule. Then the school has to go public with it. When I arrived for my senior year, the principal had to apologize in front of the entire student body. It's almost a year later, and he's still there. But of many jokes, 3. Gym teacher suddenly disappears. Doesn't show up to work for a few days, then suddenly it comes out he was making moves on a senior girl for months. Asking her out on dates, giving her gifts, keeping pictures of her on his phone, etc. Turns out his ex-wife had married only 3 months after she had graduated, when he had just started teaching. He was trying with a senior girl again. School still hasn't publicly commented on this one. It's amazing how many results come up with this question if you search the subreddit lol. But anyways, here's mine. In football, we had a weightlifting coach who was clearly a southern gentleman and was actually quite nice. However, there was an incident in which there was a weightlifting group. The time was split into groups of 4 during weight room, and they were all black. So he said, "Looks like I need to get out my white hood," as a joke. So of course the players took extreme offense to this and told our coach he was coaching us and the group involved since freshman 2 years prior, so we were close with him. And the principal and head coach looked into it and then fired our coach because during the investigation, it was revealed that our coach would have practices outside of school, which was illegal apparently. So after this happened, the whole school started a hashtag and started a movement to try and get the coach to come back. Well, that never happened and nothing happened to the weightlifting coach. This was back in 2013, so prior to the intense interest in politics whatnot. Nobody else really cared about the joke. It was the firing that got everyone all riled up. Edit. Going back to the article, there is so much more to it than I remember. So our coach showed the head coach, who did the firing, that he okayed the practices outside of school. Also, it was revealed that the weightlifting coach also grabbed a kid by the arm. Jesus, I didn't know about that. Well, he's still there nonetheless, lol. Our Mercury Day. I remember it fondly. It started when I got done with violin lessons and a friend ran up to me as I left the room. He grabbed my shoulders and yelled, "We are going to go into a fake lockdown." I'm confused as to why. And then my friend brings me to ground zero. A few tables in the cafeteria are caution taped off and teachers are all talking on their walkie-talkies. A girl had came into the cafeteria with a vial of mercury that I guess her father gave her, and a bunch of kids were passing it around with their bare hands. Eventually everyone was corralled into the gym. Anyone that touched it had to wear hazmat suits and be taken to some hospital for decontamination. The shittiest part was anyone who touched it had to have everything they owned burned as a precaution. For some reason our classroom never went to the gymnasium, where 90% of the school was. We went into lockdown during 7th period Spanish at like 1 PM and didn't leave until around 7:30 PM that night. It was honestly kind of fun having a bunch of fellow classmates stuck in one classroom for 6 hours. Reports from friends say that since they were not allowed to leave classrooms, that kids were peeing in buckets in classroom closets. Best parts from the day was the girl who brought it was named Miranda. She earned the title Mercury Miranda for the rest of her days in middle school. Found link for historical accuracy. Had a teacher in high school who was caught having a sexual relationship with a student. The student was a young guy who was widely disliked in the school, but was loved by this one specific teacher. I never took any of her classes, but she was one of the most liked teachers in our school, constantly had people come back to visit and all that good stuff. One day she's taken out of school in handcuffs and thrown into a cop car during the middle of lunch, in clear view of 60-70% of the student body. Turns out the teacher and this young guy had developed a relationship. He was then instructed by one of his friends to blackmail the teacher. He said he wanted a motorcycle and said if she didn't have one for him by Friday he would go to the police. She took out something like 5 or 6 payday loans in an attempt to buy this bike and get this kid off her back. One payday loan is one thing, but the red flags are flying if you manage to take out that many that quick. Turns out the payday loan office was the one to call the cops. She lied on all of her loan apps about her income so they'd clear. She got 10 years behind bars for the encounter with the student. A day or two after the teacher was arrested, the student posted on Facebook about having to hire his friends for security, but anyone could pull up if they thought they were tough. That night they all went to the hospital with the guy having multiple fractures to his skull and orbital bones. A lot of people really wanted to kick his ass for being a dick before the incident, and a lot of the people who did felt validated because it was vengeance for their favorite teacher. My last year in middle school, on the 3rd day of school, I still remember it like it was yesterday. It was a Wednesday. This kid who went there for his whole middle school life was fed up with being bullied, and he brought a gun to the school. His plan was to kill himself. Mind you, the classroom this happened in was right next door to mine. So he leaves to go to the bathroom. I saw him walk past our door and he took a long time. He was gonna kill himself in the bathroom, but couldn't do it. He came back to his class 10 minutes later and everyone sees him with the gun. So from my classroom we just hear hell screams from the kids in the other room. Next thing we know, the school is on lockdown for the next 4 hours. It was a standoff. There was hella cops outside the room trying to get him to surrender and not do anything stupid. After all that, he jumped out the window and tried to run. We literally watched it from our windows, but he was a heavier set fellow, so he didn't make it far before a cop tackled him to the ground. This happened 6 years ago. Ironically, I found out about 2 weeks ago that they just let him out of the crazy house. I wonder how the kid is doing now. I had orchestra class with him every year of middle school, so he never showed any signs of this happening. He never spoke to anyone in that class. In high school, I was probably a junior. We heard on the news that an elderly couple in the city we lived in were killed in their house. The husband was shot in the garage and his wife was on the phone with the police when her throat was slit. A description was given by some of the neighbors, but the guy was not taken in that night. Fast forward to the next day at school and everyone is talking about it. I lived in a pretty peaceful city of 50 to 70,000, so something like this was big news. So my best friend is sitting in biology and is talking to this kid, and he said, "No, I didn't hear anything about that." So they tell him the story, and then halfway through class the cops show up and pull this kid out of class. He's taken out in handcuffs, and it turns out he did it. Later when they had the trial, he had no remorse, and they asked him why he did it. He said, "I wanted to know what it felt like to kill someone. It also turned out as they searched his stuff he had a list of kids in high school and in the community with various guns and knives next to them. TLDR kid in my high school killed a man and attempted to kill the man's wife. Was arrested at school the next day. Edit. I guess she wasn't killed, it was attempted murder. My school was pretty bad. Here's a few highlights. Bragate 1999. School dress code was very lax. Tube tops, bikini tops etc were all okay. Our dress code was mostly gang related stuff. Then in 99 they decided to add a no bra straps can be seen rule. So most girls went without and there were many new issues due to this. And our lax dress code. Major gun threat 1. My friend's brother called into a popular local radio station saying he was going to go on a killing spree at my school. It was a shocker when we found out because of who it was, but then it's almost always that way. Major gun threat 2. 2 students brought duffel bags of guns and knives to school. They were apprehended, however no one knew until 2 to 3 weeks later when the news found out and told everyone. Parents were furious, especially since they never implemented a lockdown when the students were found out until the police came. I get that they can't announce over the intercom, but they could have called all the rooms and minimized the casualties if the students had started shooting. Edit. Other fun gooders. Band teacher and soccer coach were both fired for embezzling funds. Separate schemes. I never had a locker in high school because they were removed at the start of my freshman year due to too many weapons and drugs being stored there. One year the seniors released tons of chickens on campus and there was crap literally everywhere. My science teacher idolized Bill Nye and wanted to be him, and in his quest to make science fun was always catching something on fire, blowing things up etc. If the fire alarm went off you knew it was him. Also one of the kids in my class almost got impaled by a soda bottle being propelled across the room by a chemical reaction. A girl in my class and her boyfriend who went to a different school were killed by a drunk driver on their way home from a friend's house. This was summer between our junior and senior years of high school. She was well liked and was one of the top students in the class, probably would have been valedictorian, and was nice to everyone. She was one of the best players on the field hockey team and was also in a fencing club, which wasn't a school sport, but apparently she was a very talented fencer. Her boyfriend was a fencer as well and was one of the top ranked in his age group in the country. That's how they met. In a small private school where you were either a nerd or an athlete. She was neither. She truly got along with and was friends with everyone. She and her boyfriend, who was younger and didn't have his license yet, had left a friend's house so she could drop him off at home and then be home herself in time for curfew. She was late and hadn't called her parents, which was not like her at all. She was a rule follower and just an all-around good person. Her parents started to get worried and called her boyfriend's parents. He wasn't home yet either. Parents called both of their cell phones, no answer. Parents called the friend's house that they were at, and friends confirmed they had left about an hour ago. They went looking for her on the highway that she would have taken to get from friend's house to boyfriend's house and found police and fire on the scene. A drunk driver had lost control, fallen asleep, gone across the median of a divided highway and hit her car which was going the other direction. Both cars caught on fire. Students were told that they died on impact and she didn't experience any pain. The drunk driver had been drinking at a local suburbia Applebee's. Edit. TGI Fridays since early that afternoon, and this occurred somewhere around 11 p.m. The bartender served him for over 8 hours, consistently, and then he got in a car and drove, and killed 2 innocent teenagers. His back was .254, look this up. This was a major catalyst in the discussion of bartender/servers being empowered to refuse to serve alcohol and or call police if they are insistent upon driving. This was way before Uber/Lyft and the restaurant's responsibility if a situation like this occurs. There were lawsuits filed against Applebee's, TGI Fridays, and the families won and used a majority of the money to set up college and athletic scholarship funds in both of the kids' names. How about one not about such? In high school we had a 45-minute period between what was known as 0 hour and first period. It was time for buses to show up and students to hang out if their bus was early or to do homework if you had a 0 hour. Well, my friend group all sat together, like 20 or so people, in a hall right next to a group of lockers in a long hallway. So being lazy teens, while eating our breakfast and doing homework, we never wanted to walk to the garbage at either end of said hallway. Well, a week or so into the year we found an open unused locker and turned it into a garbage locker. We threw everything in there, finished with milk, fruit, bagels and any number of a million things. After only a week or so it filled up, so we locked the locker and forgot about it for the most part. Skip 5 months later, and a teacher notices a weird smell near a locker group, so they schedule a locker check for these 10 lockers where the smell seemed to be coming from. When they opened it, every janitor present vomited from the smell, and so did 2 teachers and a dean. The local hazmat team was called in to clean it, while we got 3 days off school. No, never got in trouble, because the reason the locker was empty was the kid had moved, and everyone who was known to sit in the area kept their mouth shut when questioned. TLDR. Rumor circulating is the teacher is hooking up with a girl in my grade, later gets divorced, and marries said girl, once she is over 18. My choir teacher in high school seemed to pay extra special attention to one of the girls in my grade. Every time she got picked for choir stuff for school plays, there was talk that an inappropriate relationship might be brewing. She would babysit his kids, personally help him with choir events in and out of class, etc. without ever distancing herself from the rumors. But he was married with kids, and she had been dating guys her age, so I wrote it off as nothing. A few years after I graduated high school, I heard that the choir teacher was getting divorced, and that girl from my class was his choir assistant. Not a huge red flag, divorce happens all the time, and she had been a big deal in choir. Right before I graduated college, news broke that the 2 of them are dating. Not long after they were engaged, eventually tying the knot. There are still plenty of rumors around the situation all these years later, but me and folks in my class are still pretty flawed. Now that the 2 of them are married, I'm not sure what could be done, even if they themselves openly admitted to a high schooler plus teacher relationship. There is, of course, the possibility that they didn't do anything illegal leading up to the marriage, but with all the stories that hovered around them even in high school, it's not a marriage my hometown thinks highly of. Okay, this happened in my old high school about 2 years after I graduated. This high school is a boarding school, with counselors and dorm mothers and the like. Some of my then senior friends told me about this party with a lot of drugs and alcohol. I'm not 100% sure if all the information is correct, because I wasn't actually there at the time, but this is just what I have heard. A few girls got sexually assaulted, at least one, that I know of, got raped. I mostly know about what happened with her situation. Apparently, she tried to go to one of the counselors in a higher up position, comparable to a vice principal, I guess, to tell her what happened to her. This counselor basically said, well, you did go to a party with drugs and alcohol, what were you expecting? And then said that it would be better if she left the boarding school and not her actual rapist. Apparently the rapist just got suspended for a few days, which meant that he got about half a week off of school for rapping a girl at a party. So much for a punishment. I don't really know how much it affected everyone in the school that wasn't from that dorm building, but apparently a lot of boarding school students went to this party, so I would imagine it would have affected all of them in some way. I don't know if the girl actually ended up leaving. I don't know if anything else was done about the rapist and the other sexual assault perpetrators or victims. Honestly, I wish I did. That school was just awful. Oh boy, hold on to your hats for this one point. So I went to a vocational tech school in junior and senior year. We were generally seen as a really great school because there are programs that in high demand that teens want to get into for careers: computer game development, animation, biomedical science, graphic design, computer repair, networking, nursing, early childhood care, with other standard vo-tech classes like carpentry, auto repair, electrical work, etc. On one of the first days I remember seniors talking about a math teacher who would come to school every Friday as high as a kite, which happened fairly often from what I saw that year. The year after I didn't see him much, but one day someone in our class said, "Oh my god guys, did you hear what happened to Mr. Smith?" Not actual name for privacy's sake, and so the teacher pulled up on his computer a video of him threatening to break his wife's other arm in an attempt to keep her from going anywhere with her phone, which she was recording all this on. He was asked to stay home the next day and was fired the next point. Edit. For clarification, the way he said, "Do you want me to break your other arm?" implied he did it the first time, which sorta amplified the already really bad view the video gave him. I'm still unsure if he actually did, but given the fact it was a pretty big story on local news with his firing, I think it's fair to say he did. We had the most Hollywood movie stereotypical thing happen. A classmate's death right before graduation. It was a car accident. Two cars, each full of students, were on their way out to a graduation party at a nearby acreage. Apparently one car tried to pass the other right as the other one was turning. Both cars rolled. The kid who died was ejected from one car and killed. All the other students were all heavily injured. Some spent weeks in the hospital. This happened shortly before graduation too, so some students missed it. The students involved were all kind of friends with the various cliques in school. So it wasn't just the preps or stoners, they were all kind of friends with everyone. And a lot of us had gone to the same junior high as well. So it's all people that knew each other for 5+ years at this point. Even if we weren't friends, we were all involved in each other's lives for a long time. The kid who died I went to elementary, junior high, and high school with. We were friends more in elementary/junior high, but I still had known him for quite a while. Of course the worst part was all the incessant gossip. I heard so and so bit off his tongue. I heard so and so was drunk driving. I heard so and so was still alive and walking around screaming before he died. Kind of shit. This went on for weeks. Especially since the kids involved were either in the hospital or at home in no shape to come to school. It took years for insurance to get sorted out too. There were a dozen kids involved in 2 cars. All of them are underage, so still under their parents' insurance. Basically everyone's insurance just ended up suing everyone else's insurance, and it was eventually all settled. But it dragged for years, a constant reminder of what happened. Lived in a small town in the south. So small in fact that we couldn't have a high school on our own and shared with the next town over. It was a pretty boring high school from what I know and remember. No bullying, scandals, or set rings, which I guess is a good thing. But during my junior year a girl's body was found in a neighborhood 5 minutes from my own by a mutual friend of mine. After they recovered her body it was found that she was wrapped and then murdered. Nothing like this had ever happened. I even remember it was the first murder for the town in a longest time. It hit the news quickly and was on national news by the end of the week. At school it felt that nobody could talk about it. The teachers would stop the conversations and make it taboo. But social media blew up about it. She had a lot of support and people began piecing stuff together to find who it was. One girl in my grade and the victim hated each other and recently had a little fight. Don't remember what it was about, but because of that everyone said she was part of it. Was pretty shitty for her, because she took on this me against the world mentality after that point. But after all the press and cops left, and the guy was found and convicted, you could tell everyone wanted to push it behind. Everyone just wanted to the town to go back to its cheerful little self again. I'm in theater class, and we can see into the parking lot from a hall. One student says that there are tons of law enforcement outside. Our principal comes on the intercom saying something like, "Attention students and faculty, we are now entering lock," and then he cuts off. Keep in mind that our school is always transparent about when drills were scheduled. There was no drill for that day. A few terrifying minutes later, he comes back on. "Faculty and students, do not leave the classroom. We are entering lockdown." We were kept in the dark, literally, about what was going on. He comes back on a third time. "We are getting reports of bombs placed on campus. Do not leave the classroom and stay hidden and quiet until further notice. SWAT teams will evacuate the building slowly over the next hour." 3 hours pass before the SWAT team gets to my room. We are escorted out and across the campus to the nearby middle school, where there are tons of parents anxiously waiting for their kids. The bomb turned out to be a hoax, and there were no bombs at all. The caller wanted money or something. Nonetheless, it was truly a terrifying experience. We weren't sure what to expect. A few kids were crying, contacting loved ones, all the things you'd think to do before you are about to die. TLDR bomb threat at my school. No actual bombs though. Had to sit in a dark classroom for 3 hours before being evacuated. I had a networking teacher whom I'll call Mr. F. Mr. F had been at the high school for nearly 30 years and was a very odd man. He was very smart with stuff like protocols and explaining the basis of networking to students, but had an extremely odd way of teaching. I never knew if he was serious or not when he berated teenagers, because he would tell kids the oddest things like go stand in the corner like a tree if someone was caught talking. Sometimes he genuinely meant these things, sometimes he was just joking. But if students didn't follow his heeds, he would send us down to the dean for disrespecting him, and the dean would just ask, "Are you from Mr. F's class?" "Yes." "We're not gonna write you up." So the whole administration sort of acknowledged how weird he was. My senior year, a lot of odd stuff started occurring with him, more odd than normal. He hired an unusually attractive young female student teacher that seemed to align with his every command/comment. He began talking about his living arrangements, how he lives in a shared house with a bunch of young partiers, how he took all of these roommates' car keys because someone took a lot of money from him. One day he comes in on crutches with a really faked up ankle and yells at any kid that asks him about it. He's basically dragging it around and never gets it casted or any sort of boot on it. But time passes and things seem to be normal again. Until a day comes and he has an unexplained absence. And the next day, and the day after that, his student teacher becomes pretty unsettled, as if she knows something has happened, but can't say, or isn't 100% about it. All of a sudden, we hear an announcement from the school that Mr. F has unexpectedly passed. No announcement of why or how. The first any students find out about it is in a local newspaper that Mr. F was faking stabbed 30 times by a prostitute. Somehow he posthumously made it into our school's Hall of Fame. All of this being said, Mr. F could not have gone out in a more fitting way. And, now that I'm writing this all out, I'm finally making this connection that my young innocent brain couldn't make before. My networking teacher was probably a pimp. When I was in high school, senior videos were a thing. My friend was in charge of ours, so as part of it, we did a little Mission Impossible-esque skit where we dressed as spies and I used a bomb to blow up the door to the teacher's lounge to steal some documents. It was cheesy and lame. Unrealistic bomb used in the video was approved by the principal. Video was made. Video was shown to the entire high school near the end of the year. People laugh. Life goes on. Last week or so school comes along, and out of nowhere the entire school, K-12, is evacuated. We're all standing around a few blocks from the school kinda freaked out when teacher/administrators start explaining what is going on. When they explain that a bomb was placed outside the high school office, I kind of freeze up. I immediately find my friend, who is instantly horrified when I ask her what she did with the bomb from the video. Turns out it was never destroyed, and one of the kids who was regularly in trouble took it and taped it to a wall outside the office as a joke. A different teacher ran across it and immediately escalated it as a legit bomb threat. The other kid was basically removed for the rest of the year and unable to walk at graduation. Thankfully not sent to prison, and my friend and myself were harassed a bit but otherwise came out unscathed. The high school in our town was pretty wild because of how much went down in such a small town. When I was in 4th grade, a bomb threat was called in across the street at the high school. Both of the schools were put on lockdown for several hours while the school was searched. SWAT, bomb robots, you name it. My dad actually found the device. He was security at the school, concealed in the back of a vending machine, but luckily it was fake. Then my senior year, the famous senior prank. I don't know if other schools do this, but every year there would be a senior prank where seniors would sneak onto campus and do harmless stuff like TP trees and silly string windows. However, my class went crazy. They glued several locks around campus, spray painted several buildings. They stole a stop sign, spray painted "fuck it" across it, and planted it in the middle of the common yard. They even chopped down some trees on campus. It was several $1,000s worth of damage, and I think even set a record for damage done to a campus. All of the news that same year, a whole ring of kids was busted for hacking into a teacher's computer and changing grades. These were also seniors and some didn't graduate. The leader was arrested. Because of these two events, several teachers boycotted the graduation because of the seniors' reputation. Also the same year there was an attempted school shooting. A kid got some guns, I'm assuming from his parents, and was going to shoot up the school. A friend of his snitched though, and the cops stopped him right next to the campus as he was headed to school. He got in a shootout with the cops but was shot. From what I remember he survived though. We were in our classrooms on lockdown and could hear the shots. School was rough for a few days after that. I ended up speaking at a city council meeting about how unprepared the staff were for that type of situation. Our school used to have a big boulder called the Spirit Rock. Students could spray paint it to match whatever season/event/news was going on. A school spirit bulletin board. A week or so before the 2016 election, student government hosted a LGBTQ student acceptance day with purple shirts and rallies, and the rock got painted tie-dye-esque. Homophobic/transphobic hick kids at our school made their own yellow shirts and started harassing people participating. Lot of fights. The day after Trump was elected, some of the yellows snuck out to the rock and painted over with black, no flags, no Murica, and just wrote, "Trump wins" or something like that. Students got into a painting war, with student gov painting it back, and some anonymous kid sneaking onto campus at midnight to paint over it. Lots of outrage. Eventually someone left tire tracks on the school lawn, and they finally checked the tapes to suspend the kids doing it. Symbolic free speech is fine, but they can suspend for faking up the lawn with a truck. Next year, the principal and his VP snuck in a week before school started with a backhoe and buried the Spirit Rock somewhere on campus. He'd been trying to get higher ups to approve doing something with the rock, but it wasn't working, and he got tired of it. They lied to the school about it and said they got it shipped somewhere, but the superintendent launched an investigation. Principal got found out, and since the rock was school property or something, the superintendent filed charges against the principal for unauthorized use of a backhoe on school property and vandalism or theft. I don't know what it was. I graduated before that cleared up, but they settled out of court faking nutty. There were 7 fights in one 30-minute lunch period my junior year of high school. The police were called after the third one. I think one of the kids fighting said he had a gun. The fights just kept going, and the police had maybe 40 kids standing up against the wall of the library with their hands on their heads. They went down the line and zip-tied each kid's hands. I'm guessing because they couldn't be sure who had a gun and who didn't. My friends and I were eating lunch in a classroom on the second floor and the windows overlooked the quad and library area. We hung halfway out the window and watched each fight ensue, and the cops come and everyone get arrested. The next day the school gave everyone a lunch pass to leave campus during lunch, and were almost pushing kids off campus for lunch for the next few months. There were a lot of fake bomb threats also at our school. Once a kid dropped a briefcase in front of the main office and ran the other way like a bat out of hell, and everyone flipped out and the school locked down. It was just an empty briefcase. Also after a school shooting, I can't remember which one, that made national news. I guess kids wanted to be famous like that. There were 3 separate times that kids posted they were going to shoot up the school on social media and then came to school with fake guns. School was put on lockdown and the kids were arrested. High school kids are crazy and stupid. I went to a school that was brand new. I was a freshman the first year the school was open to relieve crowding at the other district high schools. As such, kids who lived even as neighbors and expected to go to high school together since they were in elementary school found out rather last minute that they'd be going to rival schools on different sides of the city. While I did lose touch with my best friend, since she lived just over the line that went to the other school, it didn't impact me too much, since I really didn't know anyone else on that side of town, but I was unusual in that regard. The day before the first day of school, a kid who was sent to the other school died after being hit by a car while out playing after dark and trying to cross a highway. We still had school, but they had a moment of silence for him over the intercom and brought in extra counselors for us. I was a bit surprised, since he didn't even go to our school, but I guess it really impacted a lot of the students who had gone to school with him since kindergarten, only to be split up by redrawn school boundaries. I think we even had yearbook memorials to him, and people talked about it for a long time. After it was very interesting because 2 years later, we had our next student death, a few months after she had moved and ended up going to the other school. But hers was an overdose. The school said and did nothing, and memorials weren't allowed in the yearbook because she wasn't a student anymore. It didn't seem to matter when the other guy died. A real life school on school brawl point, so here it goes. All intercity schools have rivalries. Our town was no different. My public school often got into beefs with the Catholic high school just a couple of miles away. 2 of my sophomore friends got the shit kicked out of them by 2 seniors during a hockey event between the 2 schools. These guys absolutely pummeled them and were fairly bigger than them. People at our school heard about it and all of a sudden we are at war. A week later my entire school networked and decided at 1 PM the entire place was gonna get up after 6th period, bail on final class, march over to the Catholic school and basically fight the entire student body. We had almost 1k kids attending that year. The rival school finds out, and boom. We have a scheduled melee with like 2,000 high schoolers. Naturally the teachers find out, and alert the cops. They come on the loudspeaker and say anyone who leaves school before dismissal would be put into custody immediately. Hundreds of kids still get up and march into the streets. For 2 miles the streets were filled with students getting popped left and right. I 100% left class with no intention to fight at all, but I had to see this for myself. Cops don't arrest us, just tell me and my friends to go back to school or else. Few students get suspended. Nobody talked about it again. My hometown is in Western MA. People are faking mental in Western MA. I went to a boarding school where I lived with about 100 other guys in a dorm on campus. We were required to do quarterly fire drills, and these could only take place after our 10 o'clock curfew, so that they would know where people were if they were missing. Around 11 in the evening towards the end of October, the fire alarms went off. We were all pretty sure there was gonna be a drill that night, so it didn't faze us. We brought our jackets out, since it was freezing, got counted, and went back into the dorm. My roommates and I figured that was that, so we started working on our homework. We were all working on different projects, when around 1 in the morning, the fire alarm went off again. They never do drills past midnight, because they assume we are all asleep by then, so we knew this was the real deal. We put our shoes on and went outside to the area where they did a head count. There was acrid smoke coming out of some of the windows in the C wing of the dorm and a bunch of people who lived there came out coughing. One guy was in the middle of a shower and came out barefoot in a towel. The RCs ask everyone if we know what happened, and one kid admitted, a bit off to the side, that it was his fault. He had tried to make easy microwavable mac and cheese, but he had somehow forgotten to add water. The cheese powder is explosive, go figure, and he blew up a microwave in the C-wing kitchen. The firefighters arrived, turned off the alarm, and we were allowed to go back in. Everyone was in a bad mood after this, so I just decided to go to sleep. Some of my roommates had to keep working though, so they stayed up in another room. Around 3 in the morning, I was woken up by another fire alarm. We all rushed outside again. You could feel how displeased everyone was at being forced out at 3 in the frigid fall morning. This time nobody said what had happened. The firefighters showed up for the second time and went inside. This time, the fire originated in a wing. When the firefighters went in, they saw the source was again a smoking microwave. They told us that this time, inside they found a half-melted fork. Some absolute genius had microwaved a fork at 3 in the morning. Most of the students found out who it was, and we were none too pleased, but the administration never did find out who it was that caused us to evacuate at 3 in the morning. TLDR, dubious dumbassery led to 2 exploded microwaves and consecutive building evacuations, one from instant cheese powder, and on from a fork. I went to a trade school for the better part of a year with 2 good teachers and 2 bad ones. One just never went to teach, and the other seemed really normal and friendly, even taking the deadbeat teacher's place when he wasn't around. But we noticed some strange things, like random pieces of equipment taped or glued together in the shape of pipes, missing equipment, etc. Then I went to the break room to get a snack. As I was leaving, 3 or 4 of my classmates also tried to get a snack, and as I was leaving there were some surprised laughs, and they called out saying, "Hey, me, is this yours?" It turns out it was a little baggie of crystal meth. Fell out under the lip of the vending machine like it was in a cheesy 80s drug dealer flick. Another classmate who is significantly older than us goes to the table and examines it thoroughly, in sheer surprise. He confirms, "Yup, that's meth." Of course we were going to turn it in. It had our fingerprints on them, not mine. I wasn't that stupid. Turns out it was the normal teacher's meth, but he didn't buy it, he manufactured it. They found his wax machine. I still don't know what exactly that is, just that it helps make meth, and a video of him tripping out. It turns out that before this he was a chemistry teacher and applied what he learned. He went to a rehab center before charging him with anything, and since the school didn't want this on the news, they kept silent and fired him. We joked for a while about being part of Breaking Bad, until one of our classmates threatened to blow up the place where we went to work. I'm sad that I'm late, but I do have something to finally contribute. Growing up in a small town with less than 9,000 people, it's all relative, I know, where you saw a lot of the same faces each day. It was quite normal to wave as you drove by each other, or strike a conversation up when you're waiting at the doctor's office. There was a single kindergarten, primary school, first and second, elementary, middle, and high school. You grew up with the class you started in, and for the most part from what I saw, there was not a lot of mingling between the grades/years. I moved away late in middle school, so I did not get to see the conclusion of the investigation unfortunately, but seeing some of the victims alive and well on Facebook put any of my anxiety to rest. Sometime in middle school, a large group of the girls had a sleepover throughout a short holiday break. When they returned, the girl who hosted it shared some strange text messages that she had received at a lunch table that showed all of them hanging out throughout their sleepover. Generally speaking, this isn't odd in of itself, considering this was in the early days of when Facebook was increasingly popular with the younger crowd, so archiving your life wasn't out of the ordinary. The odd part is that these texts were sent from an unknown number, and the pictures attached were of someone capturing Polaroids with their phone and then sending that to this girl. In other words, throughout their sleepover, someone from outside their house had been taking physical photographs of, from what I can specifically remember, them sleeping and hanging out, among whatever other activities over the course of one of the nights. From what I recall, this happened over the holiday break, spring break or something similar in length, and then the following week or so later. This part is fuzzy to me, but I believe this happened more than once to the girls before the police got involved. At the time, the girls weren't freaked out. I suppose this was more jarring than anything, considering this isn't a normal thing to deal with for middle schoolers from a small town in rural Texas. But as the weeks went by and parents and police were involved, an investigation went underway to seek answers for whoever is responsible for the photographs. I moved to the larger city in the area and lost contact with all of my friends there, but all of these years later I get them as recommended friends, and they all seem to be doing well. If I had to guess, it was probably a high schooler who had nothing better to do and just wanted to scare some young girls, or perhaps it was a more nefarious reason I'm not aware of. But for about a month or so, the only thing that mattered were the updates to the investigation. I got through the year before I started there. Someone wrote on insert date, I will pull a Columbine in the high school bathroom. It freaked a lot of people out, and the administration said if people didn't want to go on that day they wouldn't count it against them. Then they said they knew who it was because they had cameras in the bathrooms, which led to a why the fuck does the school have cameras in the bathroom debacle. Pretty sure the cameras were removed after my senior year. The principal was retiring and decided for senior week the seniors could sleep over at the school the Sunday before classes. Turned into quite a story of everyone partying at the school. I didn't stay over, but I walked into stories of people smoking in the gym, on the roof, and one kid fell off the roof, but was high enough that he just got up and walked away. The entire school was one floor. Suppose the principal got drunk and passed out in the nurse's office. I don't remember if there were any actual ramifications from that story, but it was pretty ridiculous. Same year as the sleepover, a music teacher got fired for having an explicit relationship with a junior near the end of the year. I don't know the exact details of that either, but there were a lot of murmurs around graduation about the affair. The man had a wife and kids too, if I recall. There were a few, but let's exclude grand pranks. I roll Mario Kart in the halls and cheat. There was this one kid in my year that was always a little off and fairly aggressive. He ended up getting into harder drugs and stuff, got in trouble a lot with the principal and VP, and was generally on the radar. So our high school was attached to a local community center, library, pools, ice rinks, squash court, gym, food court. Not owned by the school, you had to pay. The only parts that were connected was one hall/bridge on the second floor and a gap under said bridge connecting the two buildings' side doors. So anyways, as the cart was mainly for the high school students, it was right past the separating doors off of that bridge. Anyways, Cracker Jack here decides it's a good idea to not listen to his teachers and principals and skip class. Here's where the first person accounts come in. Me and the gym class are making our way to the rinks, which are past the calf, and down the stairs. Bleachers on the same floor past calf. So anyways, there's like 20 kids plus and a teacher, so what's this Jack guy gonna do? Clearly he's going to pick up a chair and go harass the man running the cafeteria trying to rob him. In plain sight too, with like a shit ton of witnesses. Attention was brought to the incident quickly as we were right there. He ended up running away and getting detained by the pet teacher. Cool dude. He was brought to the office and I believe police were involved. He wasn't in a huge amount of trouble. They probably just made sure he had more fear of being as brainless in the future. Everyone I know who went there at the time still remembers such as Bistro, calf, getting robbed with a chair. There's like a dozen more, but grad pranks aren't always spread across all 4 years of people attending, and a lot of less funny, serious and bad stuff happened before, during, and after my attendance. Rugby accident lead to death, stabbing/rap in the woods next to the buildings. Not great sheet. A few. The softball coaches violently assaulted a few of the players after one of them, a player, agreed to blow them, the coaches. Thankfully the girls immediately came forward and the school took swift action. My personal favorite. Pretty big HS football game and the entire city is there and so is the visiting city. Both schools were having a great year in their tiny cities. In Aho, as soon as the game ended, the vice principal's wife drove onto the field and ran out of her car screaming and started attacking her husband, calling him every word in the book. Apparently he had been having an affair with the new art teacher, who was also having an affair with the quarterback. My least favorite. A super nice kid, let's call him Titus, had a full-time job since he was 14 to help his grandma, with whom he lived alone with, pay her bills. He wasn't the smartest, but he made up with it by working extra hard and always having a smile and above all, doing what he believed was right. He's 16 now and was walking home one night after work and witnessed a few gang members murder an innocent family because they wouldn't move. Supposedly he ran home and talked to his grandma about it. He wanted to go to the cops, but he wanted to know she'll be okay. She told him to go and drove him. The next morning, everyone in our city knows what happened and who told the cops, because our shitty local police released this underage kid's name and picture to the local media, who then aired it. That night Titus was found shot dead in a car. His grandma died a couple years later, after having to sell her house. Fact the police. There's some more, but, man. We were on summer vacation as college freshmen. Our friends say that one of our high school classmates is dead. We didn't take it seriously, but we gradually found out the whole story. So our former classmate was attending army school, like army college. He was going to his girlfriend, a girl that was previously dating one of his former good friends. Obviously not after that. He was having headphones and was crossing over train tracks when a train hit him. He was conscious after being hit and was seen by his girlfriend's ex. He said his arms and legs were twisted, and after screaming he went into agonizing breathing. The guy was on his way to the training, but he called an ambulance. A few hours later, he passed away. Since he had ties to the army, he vowed already, his body was unavailable and an autopsy was made. His parents couldn't even see him for the last time. His father almost fell to his knees at the funeral. He was always a jokester in high school, but a year of army school made him way more grown up. And then he was gone. The worst of all is that his girlfriend's ex was either in shock after that, or was heartless enough to go along with his training that day. He was one of the people that, although not very capable innately, I thought would have a good future point. Whenever I see his class in my college, they have lectures on our grounds. I remember how we used to greet each other. I regret not talking to him more after his transformation, because he matured way more than I will in a few years even. We had a senior prank my freshman year that went a bit too far. Was in a Florida school and somehow seniors got in overnight. Multiple buildings too as we switched classes going outdoors, and they covered the floors in soap. I mean a fuckload of soap. This became apparent quickly as early arriving teachers fell, and one of the ladies either sprung or fractured her wrist. Details became skewed. It took a longest time for them to get the soap out, and they did so one building at a time. We had to chill outside and in the cafeteria where it was cleaned up. It was a great day. Too bad some people got hurt. Bonus prank. Weightlifting guys I knew well during my junior year, them seniors, took the dozens of outdoor full cement table/bench combos and put them in various locations other than the outdoor cafeteria area, such as the second floor, surrounding the statue in the center of the school's quad. We never knew what to call it, and all the way to the other end of the school. Sucky thing for them is they were the only people strong enough to move them back, and their coach volunteered them having an inclination that they did it in the first place. Many people during breakfast serving would take their food to the various new locations playing along with the joke. It was dumb, and I loved it. There are 4 incidents that stick out in my mind through my school years. In middle school, after Columbine, a friend of mine who loved Marilyn Manson and was fairly goth for a young teen was pulled out of school and no one knew why, so they all speculated that she was planning something similar. She wasn't. She was being singled out and it kinda faked her up. I've never forgiven them. The next year, a friend of mine got hit by a train and lost his legs. Thankfully he didn't lose his life, but it was mysterious as fuck while he was gone, cause no one had accurate information for us, so the rumors that he was dead, in a coma, being experimented on, etc. ran rampant. He returned in good humor after physical therapy and owned all the rumors. Lol. In high school, one of the kids in my band class got hit and killed by a drunk driver on his way into school. It destroyed all of us because he was a nice dude and everyone liked him. It was like we all lost a family member. And finally, to end on a lighter note, my senior year of high school, some freshmen were going to burn down the school over spring break by leaving trails of oil in all the hallways and lighting them, leaving the science room gas lines open, etc. Except the kid was an idiot and used cooking oil, you know, the kind that doesn't just burn, and also didn't turn the gas valves the right way. So all that happened was all the carpet was ruined by the trails of oil, a broken window, and a bit of scorched carpet that didn't stay lit. School was fun. I don't remember anything from high school, but my first year of college I and a friend befriended our speech professor. He gave us a lot of time to discuss our ideas on things, even though it was an evening course, and he was very nice and charismatic, even though he was older. Had a nice family and kids too. After a point he started to tell us about a job opportunity he was trying to get together for students to teach English to people, and my friend and I were ecstatic about the chance. Then we found out it was going to be off campus and we became unsure, though he offered to give us rides. Big red flag there. As the year went on, we didn't hear much more about it other than it was going to happen eventually, and then nothing. I transferred colleges after that spring semester due to other reasons. A few months into fall semester, later that year, friend calls me up, and she tells me that the professor was arrested for sexually assaulting one student under the guise of the teaching opportunity, and tried forcing another girl to suck his dick. So yup, that campus lost their shit over it, and friend and I were thoroughly shaken that he had tried grooming us into that point. Funny enough, he dropped the opportunity talk after we did our persuasive speech, where I talked about improving sex education in order to lower the rate of sexual assault in America. I've already commented, but another incident came to mind. I was in year 8, 13Y/0, and we were all gathered into the lecture hall for the usual assembly. However, at the end there was an important announcement. Our bozo of a deputy head stood up and gave the usual talk about internet safety, but then followed up with a specific example. Students at schools in the area had been airdropping a so-called virus to other people's phones, and that if we were ever airdrop something, we were not to accept it under any circumstances. Few flaws in his argument. First of all, it's hard to disguise viruses as a video or a photo, and secondly, iPhones don't get viruses. So, the students did what they do best, disobeyed the rules. It was soon discovered that what school was actually trying to hide from us was a good old piece of child pornography. NSFW warning, specifically a 13-year-old girl putting her 2-year-old brother's penis in her mouth. As a joke. Now I obviously don't condone this at all, but I was honestly disappointed at how our school dealt with the issue. Especially as a neighboring school, which was worse than ours, had a full assembly on child sexual exploitation etc, and how to avoid these things from happening. We just got told lol, it's a virus, don't download it. And so, loads of students got a lovely sight thanks to the school's useless approach. Anyway, the girl's life was probably ruined, and we haven't heard much about it since, but still like to have a laugh about getting a virus over airdrop. Sorry if I gave you a bad mental image with that one, but holy shit, some weird stuff goes down here. Our head of lower school, head of years 7 to 9, so ages 12 to 14, was a great guy. Now I obviously will not name names, but let's just say his name was Bob. Anyway, Bob was really personable, a good laugh, and above all a fantastic teacher. One of the ones who you genuinely enjoyed learning off of. One term he stopped coming in to school. The usual rumors went around. He had cancer, his wife had cancer, a long vacation etc until one day a story broke in our local paper that he had been caught by the police with over 100 hours of child pornography on his home computer. Additionally, he had been grooming a disabled child on internet chat rooms and had molested, if not raped, him in the woods. While none of the incidents occurred on school property or with school children, it naturally blew up at the school. The jokes from pupils got so bad, I recall a guy went through the school archives and found a load of images of him and subsequently photoshopped his face onto Santa with the phrase "he sees you when you're sleeping. He knows when you're awake," and blazoned over it that the teachers threatened anyone who joked about him with detention and a police visit if the jokes suggested he'd molested someone at the school. This all happened when I was in year 8, but all the way through to year 13 the cries of Bob would ring out whenever something mildly sexual occurred, whether in lessons or outside of school. High school. The entire student body, 2,000 plus students, was evacuated from our school and gathered onto the football field. Instead of having us all in dozens upon dozens of separate classes of 30 in our massive 3-floor campus, they gathered all 2,000 of us and put us on a 53x 120-yard bit of turf for a bomb threat. While we were all murmuring about the stupidity of picking us together for a bomb threat, but thankful we weren't in math class, a staff member came over the stadium loudspeaker and announced something along the lines of, "Town name, high school students, thank you for your patience. We made the decision to pull you out of class due to the discovery of a suspicious item consisting of a water bottle, a cork, and a screw. We hope to return you to class shortly. Thank you." In the meantime, a close friend of mine who I'll call Mr. Hetfield was escorted by numerous police officers to the location of the infamous IED. It was his construction. The faking bomb squad had him defuse it. So while 2,000 students were soaking up the sun, he was defusing a water bottle with a cork and a screw as the bomb squad braced behind him. Mr. Hetfield was trying to make a rocket model or something for his engineering class, and he got a C on the project. He's now a legend at school. Another friend of mine honored his contribution to the school day by making a replica of the high explosive, which was promptly taken away by the school administrators. Overall a 10/10ths experience. Oh cool, I got a few of these middle school. One kid got caught rapping his autistic sister in 6th grade and moved away middle school. 2. I had a sword, wooden one. We had a Japanese swordsmanship class. thrown at me and my friend by a weeb with anger issues. This kid was mumbling about my power, I can feel it increasing, but when it came time to practice our forms the teacher said he was doing it wrong. This set him off and he threw the sword at me and my friend. I dodged but it hit my friend in the shin and my friend yelled at the kid until he ran out of the school. Middle school 3. Severely autistic kid asks out girl. Girl says no she has a boyfriend. Kid freaks out and starts talking shit to other people. Follows girl's boyfriend. He's actually chill into the school with his fist up. Me and another kid saw this and told the boyfriend to turn around. Autistic kid ran. Flash forward a few weeks, my grade is going to Washington for an overpass. Autistic kid says he's going to rap the girl on the trip. Nothing happens. High school. A kid from the city nearby who routinely gets shot at on his walk home brought a gun to school to protect himself. It falls out of his bag in the hall. One more personal one. It only affects me and my friend but it's embarrassing. In middle school I asked my friend to the 8th grade dance over text as friends. Danced with her to one song. We kinda looked at each other and realized this wasn't going to be fun if we danced again. So we went off and played Cards Against Humanity. She saved the text and if we ever start busting each other's balls she pulls it up and I honestly have no response because I was so faking cringy. TBH so will she, but yeah no. German teacher at my high school was arrested for sexual assault on a child. This happened at the very start of my senior year, 2013. There was a heavy police presence. Around the end of first period, probably at the passing period, we all saw him being escorted by police in handcuffs. I'm sure that to this day, there will be debates on if he's guilty or not. Half the school loved him, thought he was the best teacher. Other half, including myself, saw it coming. He was the kind of teacher who wolf whistled at male students. I was in his class once when a male student asked if he could change into his soccer uniform at the end of class. Teacher allowed it. When he came back, the teacher whistled at him inappropriately. It was also pretty well known that he would cup check male students. Basically tap someone's balls for no reason. A close friend of mine at the time was actively messaging this teacher on Grindr. His profile picture was a mirror selfie in the school's uniform, clearly displaying the school's name and logo. I'm pretty sure this friend was pretty involved in the investigation. I know these examples aren't necessarily sexual assault, but it's what I've known. I'm sure a lot more happened between closed doors, and a lot more that can't be known publicly. I'm also sure these types of things aren't very uncommon. This just happened to be one of the bigger things at my school. Aside from the one student death, of course. Literally 2/5 days ago and already easy to confirm as the incident of the century. I'm a senior and the person in question is an 8th grader. My HS is weird and has 8, 9, 10, 11 and 12 graders all in the same building. This kid gets ticked off when some of his classmates make fun of him. He opens a chroma book and writes a hit list of people he's going to kill when he shoots up the school. He lists the day of the shooting as next wed. He does all this on his school account in class. So not the sharpest tool in the shed. Student sees it, tells a teacher, she panics and tells a principal, moves up to the superintendent and the police. Every school but ours evacuates for the day. Kid gets arrested, and bits and pieces of the list were leaked on Snapchat. On Monday everyone is memeing in school, while parents are panicked and angry. People on the list joke it's their accomplishment and their parents call/email the school in a hysterical panic demanding more information before the day listed on the sheet occurs. Superintendent releases a statement, telling everyone to stop being nosy and calm down. He also states that extra security will be in place the day of the day arrives. Our school now has 3 armed police officers patrolling around while the whole student body jokes about finally dying by shooting all, while this 8th grader is sitting suspended wondering how much he faked up. My senior year of high school, I walked into my first period class and there was a new person in the room. He looked a bit older than my classmates, so we thought he was a student teacher or something. Then his name was called on the attendance log, and we were all confused. Throughout the day, he was in our classes, in our lunch block, etc. And everyone kept talking about the weird old guy. At lunch, He told some of our classmates that he had cancer, which is why he looked so old, and that it was throat cancer, which is why he couldn't talk much. The summer before, one of our classmates had died from a brain tumor, so everyone was really sympathetic after that. I go home, tell my mom about the creepy, old-looking kid. My mom scolds me for being mean and tells me to go make friends with him because I knew what it was like to be the new kid. I rolled my eyes but decided to say hi if I had to point. Well, the next morning, in homeroom, the announcements come on and they mention that we may have noticed a student who seemed off. Turns out he was in his 50s. Forged a bunch of paperwork to enroll himself, all to show how poor our school system's verification and security system was, and planned to write a book about it. Sounds too good to be true. Here's a link to the news article about it. Some kid was talking about guns because he was really into hunting and stuff of those sorts. Someone overheard him and decided to report him as a potential shooter. The situation was blown way out of proportion. They pulled him off the bus and talked to him and a bunch of his friends and realized there was nothing going on point except they decided, along with his parents, to put him into in-school suspension for a little bit, but not as a punishment and not actually on record. Just because the rumor was all around the school, so they didn't want him getting teased. This probably wasn't the brightest idea because people naively assumed that if he was suspended then it must be true. I'm not sure how, but within the next week this rumor started that there would be a shooting at the assembly coming up. The day of the assembly comes, and everyone's not taking it seriously, because it was an obvious rumor. During lunch, all of a sudden the principal, vice principal, and some other staff start running through the cafeteria. Some girl assumed it was because of a shooter and shouted accordingly. Everyone noticed the staff running, so everyone ran outside from the school as quickly as possible. Turned out they were actually running because there were some kids having sex on the baseball field out back and they were rushing to stop it. Later that day when the assembly came, only around 20% of the kids were there. During my junior year in high school we were put under an emergency lockdown. The high school I went to was in the middle of a residential neighborhood with housing backing up to 3 sides of the school's property. The 4th side faced a major road. There was a domestic disturbance reported at one of the homes adjacent to the school's baseball fields, which were located on the opposite side of the main parking lot from the school building. The occupants of the house were a family that had recently separated, with the wife having recently filed a restraining order against her soon-to-be former husband. The husband had broken into the house, set off the security alarm, and barricaded himself into a bedroom that faced the school, reportedly with several hunting rifles with scopes. I was in chemistry class at the time. Our teacher stopped in the middle of a lecture when he saw a police officer in full tack gear run by the classroom. An announcement went out over the PA system stating that there was an emergency off the school grounds. But we were under lockdown until it was cleared. The windows in this particular classroom faced the house that the man was in, like a bunch of 16 to 17-year-old idiots. Rather than realizing we were less than 300 meters away from firearms that could have possibly been pointed at us and moving away from the windows. I know very little about these kinds of weapons, so I'm not sure if we were in any real danger. We all sat there and watched the SWAT team advance through the baseball fields, surround the house, and breach it. It turns out he had a shotgun with no ammunition. I was at a boarding school where we were separated by sex, so I didn't experience firsthand what happened on the boys' side. At about 3 AM 3 of the older boys got up and put on balaclavas and fashioned whips out of coat hangers. We were quite tight-knit, so it was still clear who it was, must have been for aesthetics, and rounded up every single boy by waking them up, dragging them out of bed and blindfolding them. If they didn't comply they employed the coat hanger whips, but most just went with it anyways. It seemed fun. They rounded them up into the smallest possible room they could use and stuck about 40 kids in there. Nobody knew what was going on until some 11-year-old texted his mum with "You'll never guess what we are doing right now." That mother promptly called the head of house to intervene. None of the staff had known anything until then, and they were unsure how they'd even allowed it to happen. The 3 ringleaders were suspended for 2 weeks. It was a bit of harmless fun, so I still don't see why the punishment was so harsh, but I think they touched a nerve with the teachers. A few years later, a girl left school on the weekend for a party that pretty much the whole year group attended. She ended up very drunk and paramedics came to the scene. She couldn't remember anything apart from the city she lived in, which confused the paramedics as it was hundreds of miles away. She only then remembered the name of the school and was promptly driven back by ambulance to the medical center. The staff were furious, and it was the last big party we really had. I have a few other incident stories as our school was so big something remarkable happened every few years. Okay, this happened last year and you're going to need context. TLDR is at the end. I apologize for formatting, now I'm on mobile. Anyway, so I go to a small high school. The grades range from 85, mine, to 111, the grade below me, in a rather affluent area. Now due to this, we have a huge vaping problem, as kids have easy access and have means to get them. We also have a drug problem, just not as big. Being such a small school, word spreads quickly. Last year was not a good year. We had one kid come to school on Xanax, and a teacher literally chased him down and caught him. A couple of years back we had a then freshman, grade above me at the time, commit suicide. This year one of our new students, at least the rumor is now, drew a swastika at a target. Anyway, almost all the school's problems are linked to our drug problem. Due to our small size, I would say around 50% vape, 50% don't. And last year, a new kid in the grade above me, he did drugs, decided to threaten the school shooting. He had already been expelled from 2 other schools and suspended from ours twice, as well as multiple detentions, I assume. Being a small school, word spreads quickly, and it reached the school. They, and correctly so, took the threat with 150% certainty. His locker, both gym and normal, were searched. Local police arrested him and did their standard searches, and for the next 3 weeks there were always at least 2 cop cars next to our school. The threat had all sort repercussions. We used to have a fully open campus, but as time went on only seniors with cars could leave. After the threat, the school has a no-leave policy without parents or guardians. Seniors and juniors with cars can't even leave to get stuff. Last year during the walkout, the school wouldn't let us go outside, so we ended up doing it in the auditorium. Now again this year, the school added to the changes has begun changing windows and such. But this year some middle schooler which is connected to the HS. Our school used to be the only one in our area, and so we were huge. But in 1990s the final village that didn't have their own school opened one up. So now we are 2 villages, one of 1,000 and one of 8,000. So the science wing was taken and turned into a middle school, which used to be in what was the old HS I believe, decided to threaten another student. Now y'all probably thought those 2 school shooting threats were it, but nope, they are just from the last decade. During the 80s I believe, a student was convicted of murdering his parents. Later, using DNA evidence, he was acquitted. All this is a blue ribbon, top 400 school, and top 100 school in music. We are messed up, and it all goes back to 2 things, money and drugs. TL, doctor, a school shooting threat or threat against another student, and most of all a false murder allegation resulting in one student being jailed for I think it was 30 years until acquitted. Before my time. We had multiple incidents during my last 3 years in high school. All of them were drunk driving accidents. The worst one was junior year. During the summer, about 2 weeks before school started for senior year, there was a kneeboarding accident that killed a would-be senior. I lived on the water about a mile from where it happened. The Coast Guard was flown in. Everyone searched for the kid. They did find like 330 racks emptied and thrown overboard, as well as multiple handles of cheap booze. A day later, the dogs were brought in, and the kid was found dead from blunt object trauma. An investigation was launched regarding the kid's death, as the eyewitness reports from the kids involved said that he went over awake and disappeared. A Facebook group was found that led to the discovery of how they got booze, and stuff just unraveled from their point. The boat was stolen by a student. He worked at a marina, and him plus the party drank so much on the water. During a kneeboarding pass, the kid kneeboarding, the one that got killed, fell off and started arguing with the driver. The driver got mad, yelled some stupid drunk stuff at the kid, and played chicken with the boat. He didn't turn quick enough and hit the kid with the faking boat. Killed him. Right there. Eventually he went to court and was charged with second-degree murder and a bunch of other charges. Bail was $100K, abstaining from drugs and alcohol, and random screenings. That was in December. In April he was pulled over for drunk driving and arrested for resisting a chemical test. He was brought back into court and given 5 years jail time. It was faking wild. In 2000, my high school was heavily rumored to be one of the top 10 places for a Columbine repeat. Towards the end of the year, a couple friends and I decided to start a free thinkers club. Basically just get together at lunch and talk BS philosophy and whatnot, and have something to put on our college apps. Now, my group of friends were a bunch of weirdo/outcasts. I and a few others did regularly wear trench coats to school, but more as a holdover from the goth aesthetic. Also, as a bonus, I could fit a hard copy of any Wheel of Time book in the pockets. A couple of days before our first meeting, one of our friends made a t-shirt to promote the club. On a white shirt with red paint he wrote "This Friday" on the front, and on the back "Free Thinkers Club Room 302. However, when walking around with a backpack or coat, all you could see was the "This Friday" in menacing lettering. This freaked a lot of people out. A bunch of people didn't show up to school that day, and we had about 10 undercover cops in Hawaiian shirts and backpacks roaming the campus. Another guy I knew, but wasn't super good friends with, decided to kick it up a notch. He came to school that day all dressed in black, long black trench coat, black gloves, dark shades, and a duffel bag with a lock on it. At lunch, he sets down his bag and pulls out a massive tripod and takes his time setting it up. A couple of the Hawaiian shirts start to spread out around him. He then pulls out a camera with a giant lens and all his friends yell, "Don't shoot, we aren't ready yet." They all climbed on a bench while he took a couple pictures. Don't know too many of the details after that, but he got suspended. My friends and I were pulled in to speak with VPs and explain about the club, etc. There were two major ones in my HS. This one made local news. A beloved teacher who was nearly 60 was sent to the rubber room, a place where you do nothing but you still get paid, for allegedly throwing a piece of chalk at a student to get them to pay attention. The news spread like wildfire, and every student ditched a test that same week to protest teacher suspension, and some told stories how the teacher would both tutor and shape the school's curriculum for the better. Also, many were protesting against the new principal, who was aware of the incident and accused him of having a personal vendetta against the teacher. The principal is still there, and my HS makes the news at least once a year for something that the principal allegedly did, that is sexual misconduct, firing other beloved teachers, cutting funds for clubs, etc. A year after the first incident, another teacher and a student were caught by an adult making out in his classroom. He was sent to the rubber room while she was absent for a week. Came back the following week wearing no makeup and was back to wearing a hijab after giving it up freshman year. The evidence supporting the relationship was they walked to and from the school every day as they happened to live in the same neighborhood. Guy had a wife and a kid too, and I believe was somehow cleared of all charges. The Phantom Cheater, a young lad who was fairly popular, sports captain, and actually a really good guy, had the most embarrassing thing I ever heard happen to anyone. Apparently, he loved to go see his girlfriend in one of his classes, and would make the excuse to go to the bathroom in order to see her. Poor lad had the hormones raging, and couldn't hold it. Well, one day after 3 times of going to the bathroom to make out with his girlfriend, he had to take a massive sheet. However, the fed up teacher said no. He asked again. She said no. He pleaded. She said no. With no other choice, he took the laptop bag off some girl who went to the bathroom herself and took a massive sheet in it in the back of the class. Only person who saw it was the person sitting next to him, who apparently bit his tongue and held it. Class bell rings. He leaves. A new set of kids come in with the bag still there, and they notice the smell. The girl comes in late and attempts to hurry to grab the bag to run to her next class. Poop apparently dripped out. Everyone noticed it, and she shrieked like 3 white girls on a roller coaster. Story went all over the school in under an hour, and it was unknown who did the ghost poop. Everyone called it the curious case of the phantom sheet. Eventually, all kids who sat near the bag were called in, and the one who sat next to him fessed up to the administration. Everyone else either figured out who it was by noticing who was removed from the classrooms in the tell-all, dropping a hint or two to his friends. Not everyone knows though. I never tell this story to people who know him. It is hilarious, but I feel really bad for the man, because he just needed to take a sheet, and was thinking too much with his opposite end prior to predict this would happen. TLDR, kid needs to sheet in class, sheets in girls' backpacks. Whole school is attempting to Sherlock the case until the identity of the phantom sheeter gets leaked to a few mouthy people. Nudes were leaked of this junior cheerleader. Let's call her MM's nudes were distributed among the student body like wildfire. I never got to see them, so don't even ask, lol. Anyway, this alone was a big underground scandal, and every other minute you'd hear a different person saying they had the nudes, or that they'd seen them. This happened early in the school week, and it died down a little as the week dragged on. Now here's where the fun begins. There was this huge party that following weekend with a large portion of the cheerleading team and the basketball team attending, where insanely large amounts of alcohol and other miscellaneous drugs were consumed. Cut to midway through the party, a kid decided it would be funny, knowing that M was there, to print out dozens of copies of her nudes and glue them to cups. Long story short, within minutes the partygoers had spread the nude cups like a virus. Every drunk Snapchat story had a picture of an M nude stuck to a red Solo cup. M was obviously furious and left the party, crying and extremely upset. Fast forward to Monday morning, M goes to the school office and complains to the deans about the travesty that occurred that weekend. As you can imagine, the deans wanted proof, as this was distribution of child pornography. Well, the deans looked through the pictures in her phone preceding the nude cups and found videos of cheerleaders snorting cocaine and basketball players taking shots and smoking weed. Since nobody could figure out who printed the pictures, nothing was ever done about them. However, the cheerleading team and the basketball team were all benched for 3 games following the incident. M was placed on suicide watch because everyone hated her, and there were routine dean phone checks for days. Fun times. Sure made for an interesting year. Not really one big school incident, but quite a class incident. Elementary/middle school kid gave another kid a concussion by grabbing his head and thrusting it straight into his knee. Our class was the troublemaker class. A temp teacher had us for probably 60 to 90 minutes before flipping us off and storming out of the classroom. She was obviously fired. Geography teacher spent a few lessons basically using us as therapists, talking about being bullied as a kid. He seemed a bit mentally unstable, but on the bright side, he did watch Requiem for a Dream with us, which is just a great movie. ADHD kid who couldn't sit still if her life depended on it. Teachers were quite literally planning to put up cardboard walls around her so she wouldn't distract/be distracted by others. They ended up giving her a small softball to squeeze instead. As you might imagine, that ball was thrown to other students within a few minutes of her receiving it. She was also the reason why probably a total of 50 lessons over the course of a few years were spent telling us off. Kid with anger management issues got pissed at the cool guy of the class. He started shouting, at which point the other guy started hammering his back with curled up fists in front of the teacher. The teacher didn't really do anything except look startled, and the kid with anger issues ran out of the classroom crying and shouting he wouldn't return. He returned after a few days, to nobody's relief. High school we had to read in class while the teacher did something else for 5 to 10 minutes, and one of the students had forgotten his book. He decided to read from the teacher's book. When the teacher came back and found out, he started screaming into the student's face, saying he was lucky he didn't get him expelled for theft, and called the police. The student didn't even flinch, just sat back and looked mildly bored. We are talking about a physics textbook, nothing special. That teacher was always a bit of a weirdo. Just a few off the top of my head. Not quite as crazy as some in here, and I know I'm late, but here goes. There was a teacher at my school who'd been there for something like 50 years. I think he went to school there too. He only left to go to uni. Everybody loved him and thought he was an amazing guy. He looked after me and the school some days when my parents were going through a messy divorce when I was like 12, basically provided free childcare taught me chess, and talked to me about the books I was reading. I was and am a huge book nerd, and was just generally an amazing guy. He was like that with a lot of people. It was a boarding school and he worked with the younger kids mostly, so he ended up being like a surrogate father for a lot of them. He also organized loads of trips to the countryside and taught us how to build fires and that. An amazing dude. Basically point he also taught some junior math classes, and one day he goes home at lunch and doesn't show up for his afternoon classes. There was a lot of speculation, but just like kids making jokes, you know. Then we got called into a meeting. Everybody was there. All of our teachers, the school chaplaincy team, the matrons, the deputy head, literally everybody in the chain of command showed up. The head of the junior school said, quite simply, after a short preamble, Mr. X is dead. Afterwards it was chaos, but chaos in slow motion. They told us that they were all there for us, or we could just go outside if we wanted. Some kids just shut themselves in the toilets and cried. Others just sat with each other in silence. A lot of us, including me, did a lap of honor of the cross-country track. The teacher had been in charge of athletics and ran the cross-country team. Me and my friends went up the athletics track at a field at the top of the school and just watched the sun go down and talked for a bit. If we had been a couple years older, I'm sure we would have brought some beers. This was during the time of Utri, which if you're not British was a massive operation by the police to catch historic pedophiles. Some boys who'd attended school in the 80s had accused this teacher of lewd behavior. Not a single person in that school believed it, but rumor was the headmaster had been looking for a way to usher this teacher into retirement. He was in his 70s and basically said he couldn't come back to the school. That school was his entire life, and he didn't see anything else to live for, I guess. He was found by the junior housemaster, an American guy who he'd been close friends with. The American guy took leave and never returned. It was in the local news, but that was about it. We had the assemblies and the counselors and all that, of course. It was talked about for the rest of the year, but when we came back the next year it was like it never happened, and instead of making us closer as a group, it was the beginning of the chaos and bullying of the later years of school. I didn't experience any of that until my final year at the school, but I saw it, and I could never understand how those kids who had been crying their eyes out together and hugging each other when that man died could do the things they were doing to one another. My mum picked me up after and said we could do anything I wanted. I said I wanted to get flowers. We brought the flowers back to the school and gave them to one of the teachers who hugged me like I was her own kid. Then I got back in the car and cried my eyes out. It wasn't my first experience of death as a kid. My grandparents had both died before that, but I think it was my most poignant. It didn't need to happen, and it took me a long time to process that and deal with it. So yeah, not exactly a kid blowing his brains out in class, but it still hurt. It's hard to name one. I'm currently a senior in high school. Freshman year, the violent intruder alarm went off by mistake and caused a massive wave of panic for like an hour while everyone just sat in the rooms. That was required procedure. Fuck us if it was real, right? Sophomore year, the violent intruder alarm again went off by mistake and we had to again sit in the rooms for an hour and a half while it was all sorted out. Junior year, an actual threat was issued to the school, and despite them not being able to contain the situation, school was still in session with the exception that not showing up was fine. About 2 weeks ago there was an actual credible threat, and they still held school, but cancelled it during second period due to the lack of students. About 7% actually showed up. The administration also seems to have a massive power trip at my school. This year at homecoming, 2 very close friends of mine were forced to leave for being intoxicated. They both blew 0.00. I was there with them, so I know, and I can confirm they weren't on anything. We assume they were kicked out because our administration hates being wrong. Freshman year, a close friend of mine was suicidal and sent to her counselor. The counselor made no attempt to help and literally just said, "You have it better than almost everyone." She told the administration. They did nothing. The next year her father was being arrested and received a text from her mom which she responded to in class. Despite cell phones being allowed, her teacher sent her to her counselor, and the counselor compared her dad going to prison and trying to figure out what was happening to her son losing his wallet on his way to work and being pulled over. No one knows quite how that comparison actually was relevant. Another complaint to administration. Still nothing point this year. After finally breaking free of her suicidal tendencies after her father's passing, this close friend made a Facebook post to detail the horrible things administration has done to her. She did not lie, exaggerate, or make up anything. Administration suspended her for lying for defamation of character. Her counselor receives complaints daily from students and family about her not doing her job properly, and administration then makes each of those students' lives harder in different ways. TLDR. 2 fake alarms, 2 real threats. Administration does nothing. TLDR 2. Administration has a huge power trip and can never be wrong. Some soccer player in my high school tried to kill himself by running his car into a light pole in the school parking lot at 70 miles per hour. He was not successful, probably because he wore his seatbelt. However, he did manage to halve his car and send it rolling across the street to the other side and left himself with permanent injuries and brain damage, I believe. The light pole was largely unharmed. Kid got a page in the yearbook dedicated to him. Another kid in my high school decided he wanted to be remembered forever, so to accomplish this goal, he told everyone he would eat his own feces in the park after school if they all chipped in money to watch. Bunch of kids showed up to watch, didn't pay him anything, and he did it anyway. He was successful in that he'll be remembered for the worst thing ever. He did not get a page in the yearbook. The big incident at my high school was just a couple years before I started there though. The seniors decided to do a senior prank, which was going to class soaking wet. Originally, the plan was for them all to run through the locker room showers during the passing period, but it was taking too long, so they just ran down the hall from the lockers to the pool and jumped in. The pool was surrounded on all sides by windows, so people in the hallways could all see. It should be noted that a half dozen or so of the seniors who jumped in the pool were certified lifeguards. They were all suspended. A significant portion of the senior class, probably 100 kids or more. In addition to this, the school sent letters to every student's parents, not just the suspended ones, explaining the situation in heavily biased language and claiming that no lifeguards were present. False, and students were leaning on the windows 3 or 4 bodies thick and the windows cold broken. Incredibly false. A lot of the remaining seniors who weren't part of the prank wore life jackets to school in support of those who were suspended. It was a very minor prank and the school blew it completely out of proportion in order to punish the hell out of any student who dared be part of it. Kind of a pattern of behavior with that school. School 1. My former bully, who ended up going to the same secondary school as me, turned the crazy dial up and made a hobby of getting herself suspended in creative ways. This usually involved attacking other students and teachers or destroying school property. By this point, she had bigger fish to fry and pretty much ignored me. Thank fuck, but I was concerned because I could see that her behavior was getting worse and she was hurting other students. But she finally broke our school's policy of never expelling anyone when she attacked and molested a fellow female student in the pool showers. Apparently it was really violent, and it went on for a while before they were discovered. It was really horrific and the police were involved in the aftermath. She got farmed out to a strict boarding school, but there was a rumor that she went to the Irish equivalent of Juvie Point School too. We had a serial phantom cheater. They would cheat in school bags, in empty classrooms and the closed lids of toilets. Everyone suspected this one guy, but I don't think it was ever proven. Some kids managed to push a tracker wheel through the double fire doors at the back of the school. They pushed it down a set of wide stairs. School was built into a hill, and it smashed into a door, taking the door, the frame and a good portion of the wall with it. Luckily no one was in that class and no one was hurt. The absolute favorite teacher in a small engineering charter school died suddenly of a heart attack at the beginning of the spring term. Basically created my senior year. Nobody accomplished anything because he was the cornerstone of the science and engineering program, which meant the senior projects, robotics team, and various other important programs which made the school unique were flops because he had so much important knowledge and the other teachers couldn't pick up after him. The whole student body was basically in mourning the rest of the year. Well, the freshmen didn't really know him, so they didn't get it. My class were the last to have him for the root cause analysis project, which consisted of a simulation of the Columbia disaster and an executive summary describing the course of events, the root causes, and your recommendations for reform, all of which was to be accomplished between the end of school one day and beginning of school the next day. So basically you stayed after school to do the simulation with the rest of the senior class, then stayed up all night figuring out what you were supposed to write, then writing it, and turning it in the next morning at 8. To this day, it's probably the school project I'm most proud of. Despite learning everything I knew about the Columbia disaster, root cause analysis, and executive summaries in one night, it was also the paper I feel like I had the best handle around. I really knew what I was writing, I knew what was important, and why it was important. I didn't have to bullshit anything. I felt like I was really learning a valuable skill, and putting it to good use point without the teacher in question. Dr. I. This project was never the same. My sister went through it 2 years later, and didn't get out of it what I got out of it. Apparently it's been dumbed down and simplified because the other teachers just aren't as skilled in teaching the material as he was, and students started failing. The school has been going downhill ever since his death. Pretty astonishing that everything can be so built around one guy's presence, but there you have it. Rumor was spreading that my high school was going to bring back a semi-annual tradition called Challenge Day, where classes were cancelled, and instead the student body would be broken up into teams with an even breakdown of classmen to compete in a one-day engineering challenge. Kinda like a hackathon, but more general and not optional, but still fun cause surprise no classes anyway. It was announced one morning that it was happening that very day and the hype was real. Everyone was so excited, the school was positively electric. At lunch all this energy was overflowing. One kid started channeling this energy by quoting lines from 300 at the top of his lungs, like he was rallying an army, which ended up being exactly what happened. A whole mob grew around him, eventually close to 250 students, and every few minutes we'd break into the Spartan who chant in between his rallying screams. It was cathartic. Point now my high school happened to share its campus with our rival school in the district, one of the funny things that happens with magnet schools. Naturally it felt appropriate to frame this rival school as the Persians. So we got all pumped about vanquishing the Persians, and promptly the entire mob charged at the rival school in a veritable stampede. We poured into their cafeteria and screamed the Spartan chant as a group, and then poured back out. After a rallying speech from our Hispanic king Leonidas, we repeated the charge, this time at the library, where we chanted some more, but in hushed voices, because it's a library. We tried for one last charge at our own school after that, thinking we'd be returning to the keep after our conquest. However, we were stopped short by our principal, who alone stood his ground facing us at the door screaming, "No, not at my school." And the stampede dispersed around him mid-charge. Point in hindsight it was pretty reckless, and it's amazing nobody got hurt or trampled. The school never held Challenge Day again, and Leonidas was given detention until he graduated. Point TLDR, school was hype one day and formed a mob during lunch and stampeded around campus screaming like Spartans. It was epic, but King Xerxes prevailed in the end. During my sophomore year of high school, a popular socialite's nudes were being sent around. This caused a chain reaction which led to hundreds of girls' nudes being leaked and spread around. We called them baseball cards. People would ask others whose nudes they had, and traded the ones they didn't, literally like you would trade a repeat baseball card. At the same time, an app called Secret was released in the App Store. This app lets you choose your high school and posts a message which could include a picture if you wanted, completely anonymously. This app was at first used kind of like a gossip and cyberbullying forum, but soon enough people started posting things like, "Yo, anyone got Olivia's nudes?" An update on the app allowed you to post comments. People would reply with Dropbox links containing various girls sorted by high school and grade. They would encourage the addition of other nudes to this Dropbox. Eventually, school staff caught on and banned it from the Wi-Fi. People started using it with their data, and it was out of control. They even gave us a talk saying that the app is banned, and any person caught using it would be expelled and reported to the authorities. I don't remember how it died down, but for a period of 6 months there was a massive underage porn market going around my school and other schools in the area. Few stories and nostalgia. I go a bit off, but trust there's some good ones here. First and last, one of the bullies in my class loved to jack off in class. He would sit at the back and faking blow load his friend even joined him a few times. He'd do it multiple classes a week. He'd even got caught by the science teacher, but she being a sweetheart warned him not to do so, since she understands hormones and all, and didn't take action. Then he does it again in math class later that day, and one of the girls complained. Teacher would leave a lot. When the teacher came back he told him to stand, and his zipper was open with a full bone in his boxers. Principal's office. Lawyers called his dad was even a famous professor at a well-known university in our city. Man, I felt like a rock star when all the classes would ask us the details. The details teacher had a metal flask for water on her desk. The student asked if he could use the loo. She said he just went, or she said no, basically this wasn't my class. He then proceeds to urinate into the flask and put it back. Lesson continues and his friends insinuate the teacher to drink water. Somehow she goes to take a sip and smells it before she does. Long story short, kid got expelled. Point our city, Karachi. We have bus drivers for the kids who live on the other side of town, and they chill at the back of school behind one of the buildings which is isolated, and like a sand dirt patch they wait there for a few hours. I believe friends and I play some b-ball. When the ball lands behind the building where the buses are parked, we go back there to find not only a few, but what looked like at least 10 to 12 empty bottles of whiskey. One was half full. We reported it and felt all goody, since we used to fact sheet up also. Lally mo kids who used to cut themselves would steal sharpeners to self-harm. Teachers brought it up how sharpeners are going missing and turning up bladeless, and that's how mental health coaches were introduced. Oh, and I got sent home for distribution 4 firecrackers for math answers from this one nearly as whole. God, they made me feel like a criminal, like I killed someone. But I guess small firecrackers in the hands of kids can be very dangerous. Lol, I used to smoke docker in the teacher's bathroom, never got caught. Don't smoke kids, it's a beach to leave once you fall into it. Point happened in uni around the time Trump was running for president. A friend of mine along with another friend of his drove a truck with a Trump flag through a very well-known strongly left all-girls school. They exaggerated the whole situation. They said they spat at black students and were harassing women, both of which I highly doubt. Both of them got booted from their chapters and left school shortly after. They asked if I would like to come along for the ride. Right before I thought they were mad. It was all over the news. Goddamn, I miss my old college. PS first long post on Reddit. How'd I do? Mine is a little more lighthearted than most on here. Point. So my senior year of high school, my best friend and I had a symphonic band together. During our third hour, we had a record of pranking each other. My magnum opus was taking his keys the last time we went to Walmart, going and making a copy of his car key, keeping it, and then proceeding to move his car around the parking lot. When I was on lunch, while he was in class, once he found this out he had to one-up me, which he certainly did. See, our band room had an adjacent locker room attached, so we could all securely lock up the thousands of dollars worth of instruments when they weren't in use. Each kid was given a locker determined by the size of their instrument and told to bring their own lock to secure it. Point. One day, I get into the band room, go to my locker, unlock my lock, leave it open hanging on the locker, assemble my saxophone and leave to go warm up as I had done hundreds of times before. My friend decides to take my lock and hang it on the fire sprinkler in the band room. As he went to try to lock it, he fell off of the step stool he was standing on and busted the pipe. Hundreds of gallons of water that was undoubtedly half a century old judging by the color began to spray out of the pipe. This caused the rest of the sprinklers in the music building to start to go off. We were told to grab all that we could and evacuate. Within 20 minutes the building with a recessed floor plan was flooded ankle deep with gray-brown water. It ended up costing over $2 million in property damage. When you consider all of the expensive instruments, marimba, snare drums, timpanis, tubas, pianos, that number becomes more realistic. Fortunately insurance covered almost all of it. My friend's family only had to pay $2,000. The band and orchestra got all new instruments and fancy new carpet in the rooms. All's well that ends well. The incident at my high school actually involved me. My choir teacher had an affair with me. He had a baby son at the time, was extremely well liked, and openly Christian. He was 30 at the time. It's weird to think about because I'm almost 27 now, and I can't imagine doing what he did with me. I was 18. We started talking when I was 17. I was in a bad place emotionally, and I was close with him because I was involved heavily in choir, and he was a friend to me. I guess he was unhappy in his marriage. I don't know. We had sex at his house several times in the months leading up to my graduation, and then I stupidly told my best friend, and she told the principal. He was fired, lost his teaching license, and got probation. While we were both consenting adults, it's illegal in my state for a high school teacher to fuck a student. For a long time I was super resentful about the outcome, because I didn't think he deserved for his life to be ruined over it, and I felt as though I was equally at fault. I still feel guilty for it most of the time, and I have nightmares about him pretty often. He had only been teaching for 3 years. I didn't, and don't, feel like there was a power imbalance, but I now understand why the law is in place. Anyway, I was asked not to come back to school for my last month because it was causing too much of a distraction for me to be in classes, what with kids gossiping. I didn't have to do any schoolwork, but I still graduated, of course. Unfortunately, a bunch of rumors were started that I falsely accused him of statutory rape and dropped out. I lost all of my friends. Sucked balls. Still regret it all. 2 incidents actually. It was my senior year when the football team was caught hazing freshmen. Seniors made freshmen touch their nuts, not their own. They got waterboarded. They lined freshmen up, put a dry towel on their head, and put them in the showers for like a millisecond, and took them out. That's all I remember. They cancelled the rest of the season, and it was right before the rival school football game. We were all bummed. The messed up part was, they only got caught because a freshman told his mom, because he enjoyed it. The kids that were hazed were supporting the seniors because they knew it was all in good fun. Some lined back up to get waterboarded again. We were on sports center, so there's that point. A kid a year below me in that same year, my senior year, came out that he was raped. Upon further investigation, it turned out that he was raped in middle school by a teacher. This teacher was loved by every student, so it was a surprise to students who had her in the past. He got lured in a janitor closet where the event happened. At first he told his friends that they were having a relationship secretly, but thinking back now it was probably a cover-up because of how scared he was after everything. The messed up part was the teacher had a baby a year after the events and a husband, so I don't know how the DNA tests were afterwards. Our school was one of those fancy private ones you had to pay a lot of money to get into, so it was very dominantly white rich kids. We don't have that many known incidents as a result. Kids either are too smart to be caught or get caught, and it's hushed up to keep the school donors happy. There's a few stories I've seen and heard secondhand from people that were in high school before I was, that one kid who thinks he's all that, and you watch the guys agree with him, but the girls are mocking him behind his back for X, Y, and Z. Every class had one. My all that kid was kicked out in 8th grade. He had Snapchatted some of the people he thought believed him to be cool and sent them a video of him using a weed bong. They weren't the biggest fans of him and took a picture. This was before it was known it indicated when you did such and sent it to a teacher. He was suspended for 3 weeks and banned from returning to school next year. His father had pulled him to the middle of the parking lot and everyone could see him being yelled at. When my mom picked me up, she informed me he had been shouting for the past 10 minutes. We drove away before we could hear the end. It was a bit sad because both of his parents were born and emigrated from India, so it must have been difficult to afford such an expensive school for him since kindergarten. He mostly stayed at the back of the class for the rest of the year and didn't return for high school. When I was a freshman, I told this story to a sophomore I attended clubs with so I could get a laugh out of him. He told me that a kid in his grade was expelled because he brought plutonium in a freezer to science class. The kid was just told to leave at the end of the year originally, but was expelled a few weeks later because he kept fighting the claim and broke suspension rules. He said that the kid apparently got the plutonium from his uncle who worked at a nuclear plant a few hours away, but no one ever confirmed that was his source. I asked a few sophomores about this entire story because I didn't believe them, and they confirmed it. Even told me which teacher it was that he had in science and which teacher caught him. He's probably the stupidest person I've ever heard of. He at least knew to keep it from getting too hot and therefore radioactive, but he is the definition of dumbest. Sometime at the beginning of my sophomore year, a senior was expelled because his parents found him odd at home due to alcohol and some sort of opioid no one knew he had access to. He was taken to the hospital, and, when students and teachers were asked about it, many admitted that he always acted drowsy in class. I sat with some juniors while they debated whether or not he was dealing drugs too. We didn't know because the staff didn't tell us. Our sources for his disappearance were just his friends and his parents' friends. He was banned from campus for being intoxicated on the property and never came back. My friend, again in 8th grade, since that was a strangely eventful year, messed up her lab experiment and caught it on fire. We had a fume dome, so the teacher just had to put on the gear necessary, run it over, close the shutter, and turn it on. But when my class came in the next period, everything still smelled and looked smoky. She was given 10 demerits, immediate Saturday school, and dismissed from class, while the teacher called her parents. We were always given a physical paper slip with our number of demerits and reason written in a blank, and she took the slip home. Her parents framed it and it still hangs on their wall because they found the entire scenario hilarious. No one who smelled it felt the same way. When everyone was in 3rd grade, I hadn't transferred there yet. A group of armed prisoners escaped from a prison in our town and hid in the decorational bamboo forest we had between the baseball and soccer fields. We had bamboo so people couldn't sneak back there and fack. Every class was slowly, one by one, transferred to the church on the other side of campus, and no one was allowed to speak as they hid in the church. The police caught the felons and everyone was carefully released at 4 o'clock. We get out at 3 normally. After the police searched all of the bamboo, everyone was escorted to their car one by one after each parent was confirmed to actually be their parent. It took until 7 for everyone to get home. Oh boy, there's been a bunch. It's died down in recent years, but the school had an alarmingly high rate of drunk driving deaths, like usually one each year. In addition to that, here's some other sheet. Some kids spray painted ducks/chickens that belonged to the environmental science classes. Kids spray painted swastikas on the side of the building. We actually had a clown turn up at a football game during the 2016 Halloween clown scare. He ran across the entire field between quarters. It was more than likely a student though, and he didn't actually do anything scary/dangerous. An alumni showed up in the media center with a knife. Fortunately, the police talked her out of it before she could do anything. A handful of particularly nasty fights. Some ended in bloodshed and handcuffs. One time a kid was bouncing a tennis ball down the hallway. He accidentally hit the wrong group of kids, who proceeded to beat the shit out of him. Got permanent brain damage and can't really function anymore. The kids who did it got charged with attempted murder. One girl who I actually kind of knew turned up dead on the local lake shore. I think the investigation never found anything. Cause of death is still undetermined. Then, the big incident. I'm kind of fuzzy on the details, but basically, we had a principal who was very loved. Got replaced with a black principal whom everyone hated. Some kids hung a teddy bear in a noose from the roof of the school along with a banner that said "Bring back old principal, make school name great again." There's probably more of this story I'm forgetting. You can probably find it with a Google search. Someone shat in a lunchbox. It was me. I was bullied all through secondary school, the UK equivalent of high school. For the most part, my antagonists were quite inventive with how to attack me, but the usual clichés of things like having my lunch money stolen were amongst their repertoire. In an attempt to combat losing my money, I started to bring in packed lunches. Well, my main bully didn't like that. I must have been funding his after-school beg for adults to illegally buy him cigarettes. Every morning, the school opened a cafeteria to allow students to drop off their lunch boxes on a trolley to be refrigerated/stored ready to collect at lunch break. On the way to drop off my box, my bully decided to take it from me and throw its contents away in the bin. Once he had finished, he continued to drop his box off on the trolley. I was in a pretty bad mood that morning and took his box back off the trolley with no idea what revenge to enact. but I knew I wanted revenge. Nature called whilst I was plotting, and upon visiting the loo, I had this epiphany, to crimp my loaf into his lunchbox. It was dastardly enough to ruin his lunch, but not immediately obvious. I wanted to hit him, right when he was looking forward to eating. It lay right across his sandwiches. I made sure to ruin his lunch, like he did mine. Lunchtime rolled around, and I found myself and my cousin, the only person who was friendly to me, walking into a deathly silent cafeteria. Teachers, the higher level teachers, think headmaster, deputy headmaster, head of year, those sorts, all stood as if an assembly were taking place. The food prep and food storage areas were closed and in darkness. From what I was told, the bully had gone to collect his lunchbox and opened it to find my child sitting upon his food. It's how I wanted him to find it. It was perfect. Anyway, he shrieked and started methodically shouting about someone cheating in his lunchbox and threatening to beat people up, which brought my deed to the attention of the teachers. As precaution, the canteen had to be closed and cleaned. An investigation was started as to how his lunch was tainted, and I don't know how it went, but I was never brought to justice. The school changed tact. In the new school term, think semester to you Americans, half of the school would lunch before the other half, and this would alternate day by day to make it fair. Lunch boxes had to be handed into a lunch lady to place on the trolley in a staff-only area. The school made a lot of changes to avoid a repeat event. To this day I think the bully knows it was me. My bullying got much worse. He made things much harder on me. I think I was never suspected by the authorities within the school because I had no choice but to knuckle down and get on with my work. I had no friends to distract me, no one to talk to. It was me and the curriculum. Teachers thought I was golden because of it, a real bright boy. No one suspected the quiet kid back then. But it was all worth it. In spite of all of the time the bully made my life a living hell. For that one moment, I had won. I cringe now I look back on it, but I don't regret it. There were many incidents at my high school, but the most notable happened my senior year. Halfway through the year my language arts teacher retired, and we got a permanent sub. Let's call her Ms. H. Since February of that school year there had been rumors about Ms. H faking a student in the grade below me. Let's call him J. Of course these were only rumors, up until about 2 weeks before the seniors were done. Apparently Ms. H had been faking J since the beginning of the semester. They got caught when a fellow student found them getting it on in a car in a local park. Naturally they took a picture and went straight to the school administration. Of course she was immediately fired. Apparently the administration forgot to put her on the do not hire list because she managed to get hired at an elementary school within the district. This is where shit hit the fan. Obviously she was again fired, but the school board came down hard on the school administration. They ended up firing the principal. Everyone loved this guy. He would buy lunches for students who didn't have money in their accounts and other stuff like that, as well as a few other administrators, and ended up having to pay them nearly $1 million in settlements. Keep in mind the school district was already having funding issues as is. People started protesting his firing. This guy had been the principal for nearly 50 years, so multiple generations of alumni and current students participated. Meanwhile Ms. H became a stripper and even went on Dr. Phil to tell her side of the story, and naturally she made herself the victim. This case became national news, which was an interesting conversation piece I used in college, to which many people were amazed she was actually my teacher. Naturally she eventually went into Bourne, and last I heard of her she was sentenced, and is currently serving time. TLDR permanent sub faked student, made national news. School administration fired, and she went into Bourne. Oh man, there were too many to count. I'll just run it down from year to year from what I think is notable. In 9th grade, there was a video going around of a freshman master baiting with the handle of a brush. She stayed a couple years after, but I didn't see her during senior year. In 10th, a custodian died from a heart attack on the 3rd floor after hours. That incident didn't help with the haunting rumors, since that my HS was built on top of a hospital. In 11th, we had a bomb threat as well as a coordinated brawl with every guy on campus who had beef with each other. The brawl was quickly thwarted by the administration, but some say that the real fight happened either on top of the school roof or in the adjacent neighborhoods. Finally in 12th, The school had to close their gates after 3:30. Students usually stayed on campus after 6 or so, because some students were either faking in the girls' bathroom and/or dangling from the balcony of the third floor. Keep in mind, these were the incidents that were noticed by the administration. There were countless others that went unnoticed, but were still fresh in the mind of many students. One such example would be a guy who went on the soccer field during advisory. It's like homeroom but more useless, to pick on a person with autism while the cliques watch. That incident pissed me off the most, because the teachers didn't want to do anything about it, and proved that the cliques could get away with a lot of horrible shit. There was one more incident, but that was after I graduated. The year after I graduated, a skater girl got stuck by a car and was pronounced brain dead. She wasn't wearing a helmet from what I've heard. After she got her plug pulled, the school announced her death. It affected both the student body as well as the administration, since she was so well liked from what I've heard. I don't know if anyone on campus gave a shit about the custodian though. TLDR, such death and brawls were among the many incidents that happened at my high school. Edit. I found a news article about the bomb threat that happened back in 11th grade. Late, but here's some for the redditors who scroll to the bottom. Not sure when this one happened, but the art teacher at an elementary school would give private art lessons out of his home, and he got caught leaving out porn mags in the bathroom for the students to find. Secret camera. Whatnet. Creepy as shit. Sophomore year, classmate gave our English teacher an edible thong. He had to switch English classes, and she got a restraining order against him. A junior was caught at a park after hours in a van with his English teacher. She was charged with contributing to the delinquency of minor and fired. Everyone suspected there was more, but there wasn't any evidence of it. Junior year, freshman on a school retreat jerked off onto his counselor's pillow. That freshman went on to play football in college and made it to the NFL. Senior year, an ugly girls of high school list circulated online via MySpace. Police got involved. A bunch of girls wore shirts with what the list said about them. In the lead up to our 10-year reunion, someone on the list posted about it, and one of the two girls behind it apologized for it. That was actually pretty cool. TBH. A junior who had moved away realized his old house was unoccupied. Came back and threw a rager. Police got called. People hid in the attic, if I remember correctly. This all happened in the last few weeks of high school for me, so whether or not it's still known as the incident I couldn't say, but it'll always be known as the incident to me. Basically, it was the end of the year, and usually the people in grade 12, senior, get together to do some kind of prank on the school. A buddy of mine suggested one on Facebook, rolling a bunch of watermelons down the hall. I thought it was a fun idea, since the humor came mostly from the absurdity of it, rather than from anyone's expense. So on the day, at the precise time, a ton of people showed up in the stated hallway, brandishing their watermelons. I'd say there were about 30 watermelons, at least. We all dumped them on the floor and start rolling them down the hall. The plan was to just leave them there once we reached the end. For the most part, it's just a good time. The first hiccup was someone shattering the glass piece of someone's art project with his melon, but nobody seemed to notice, so we just kept going. The real problem started when someone decided to kick their melon a little too hard, causing it to burst all over the floor. I was further back in the crowd, so it was harder to tell what was happening, but it was like a pack of animals. Once one person saw the melon guts, they all got a taste for blood, and some of them just started chucking melons onto the floor, one after the other. Some melons were saved, but most ended up on the floor, which was then covered in a small lake of sticky melon juice. Most people vanished when the vice principal showed up. It was left to me and a few other to clean up, not cause I threw any melons. I just didn't feel good leaving such a mess. There was a big debate about who started the massacre, but we never ended up deciding on who. The floor was sticky for a few days after that. Nothing as dramatic as what I read previously. Nobody died. That was in 2002, last year of high school in France. 16 over 17-year-old. I was a dick and friends of mine and I were mocking a guy, stinky fatched, because he was not very good looking, and a mama's boy. Internet was just being democratized. We all had access to it. Someone built a website on Skyblog, an early French version of MySpace, and shamed everyone in my year with a heavy accent on stinky fatched, and sparing my friends and I. It was listing who smoked pot, who faked who, which girls were giving blue jobs. They even scanned and uploaded pictures with drawings in a word. Savage. That was also a personal sheet show with other parents calling my friends and my parents, the teachers and the principal asking for consequences. I had several interviews with my fellow students, the principal, their parents, some teachers, and having always been very tech savvy, it was impossible to make them believe I didn't do it. But with my stubborn denials, my excellent grades and a lack of proof, I got out of it, and stinky fatched, and I became sort of friends. Even my friends doubted, and that was the time Fight Club was en vogue and my friends were saying that it was my Tyler Durden moment. To this day, I still don't know who made it, and it's always a reminder for not talking shit about people. Maybe stinky fatched did it. Well, I can give you the scoop onto the incidents. One that happened when I was there, and eventually it was overtaken after I left, and remains the current incident. I was the key player in the first incident. Yeah, see, it became a bit of a game for kids to play a combination of tag and Marco Polo during recess in I think 5th or 6th grade. I was at one point, one thing led to another, and I accidentally tagged a girl on her chest. We both freaked the fuck out, because good god, I didn't wanna go down like this. The mediation teacher got involved. I explained the situation and let him know how I really did not mean to, and feel completely horrible about it. I end up with just a detention, and no such offender charges. Lucky me. This would be the incident, until about 5 or 6 years later. The kindergarten, elementary, and middle school all share the same building, and the incident took place with the first grade wing. 2 kids from the same class, a boy and a girl, go to the bathroom, and then they come back with the boy's shirt on backwards, and then they proceed to tell everyone they had sex. Obviously they didn't, but a whole investigation was put through. It got on the news. The teacher was fired over it, but got rehired due to public outrage, since she did nothing wrong. And to this day it remains the incident. I think I was in 10th grade, second year of high school. So I have a knack for having to pee every 15 minutes. My class was on the right top corner of the school. If it were a square, decided to take a detour and go to the restroom in the bottom left corner. It was first lunch period, so I didn't think much about hearing kids being loud. Rounded the corner and a wave heat hit me. Ran into the restroom and proceeded to cough and wheeze. Asthma attack time. Turns out I walked right into a shit show. 2 kids were having a standoff, mean mugging each other and just talking shit. Their friend groups surrounded them. Well, apparently the school officer had enough of it that day and maced the entire group. I happened to walk around the corner at this time. Got hit full force. Felt like my contacts were melting into my eyes. Lol. Dude got in trouble for a little while, but did not let go, because this was a very small everyone knows each other. But the next Friday our football team had a game, and apparently a huge fight broke out on the field, and some of the students from the bleachers got in on it, and even the coach, from what I hear. I saw one of my friends the day after who went, and he had a big black eye and busted lip. Everybody was joking about where's Mr. Officer's name with that mace when you need him. Pretty much the only big thing I remember from school, other than watching 2 friends fight in the cafeteria, and one used his plastic lunch tray as a weapon. Made the nastiest whack sound ever. Good times lol. 2 stories. The first from my dad's time and the second from my time. We went to the same high school. He was friends separately with 2 kids of different social classes at the time. One a sports player at the school, and the other more of an average need type. Apparently the 2 kids had been teasing each other in and out of school, like kids tend to do. Things escalated from teasing to more violent altercations like fights and such. My dad, by his account, did not get involved between the 2 kids when things started to escalate. It ended with the average kid walking into a full classroom and shooting the sporty kid point blank range, and then killing himself immediately after. When I was a sophomore, a man from a nearby town was having a rough divorce battle with his ex-wife. He thought the logical way to handle it would be to drive to her house where her family stayed, I believe it was around the holiday season, and murder all of them, save for his 2 daughters and his ex-nephew, who was badly injured and faked being dead to live. The man then abandoned his daughters after neighbors heard the gunshots and called the police. He staked out in the town where my school was. He was hiding in the woods around the school for 3 days before he was caught impaled to the forest floor with a sword, katana, that he owned. We were originally on lockdown until we were released at 7 on the day of the shootings, and we were ordered to stay home till he was caught. Where I lived at the time was connected to the school through the woods. Overall it was kinda freaky to think he could pop out and run up to my house at any point. This happened about 1.5 years ago, but this made national news. At my high school, they had an agricultural class that students from other high schools around would join to gain credit. There was a really nice and sweet girl who was in that class. This girl was named the county fair queen in our area and had plans to move on to college after high school. This was her senior year and these events happened in June, a week or so after her graduation. She had a boyfriend at the time, who was also in the agricultural class as well. Anyways, the boyfriend was crazy jealous, always hitting up other guys who were sending the girl messages, and I guess she just had enough of it and broke up with him. He didn't take that very lightly. The ex-boyfriend messaged her up the next day and asked her if it was okay to meet at one of the reservoirs nearby, and after some time pleading she agreed. After meeting up, the boyfriend takes her more west towards the lake. During that time the boyfriend tried to persuade her to love him again, but she had said that she wasn't romantically interested in the guy. He brings her back and asks for one final kiss, which she obliged and gives to him, and he pulls out a revolver and shoots her right in the back of the head multiple times because she started twitching, so I shot her again. I thought it would be an instant thing. He then took the body up to his great-grandfather's cabin, keeping it in the passenger side seat the entire ride up there. He was found the next day thanks to neighbors wondering why there was digging going on at an abandoned cabin. He was just sentenced to life in prison a few months ago, but it hurt everyone in the area to see such a smart and wonderful person have their life cut short in just a few moments. My high school band director ended up being a predator. The same year I graduated, he left our school. He had always joked that when my class left, he'd leave. We just happened to be a group of really talented and bright kids, but no one thought he really would, especially when he was heavily involved in the plans to renovate the band hall and build a huge indoor practice area for marching, as well as design a really fancy line of new uniforms. It didn't make any sense that he would leave when he was being given all this money to have the band hall of his dreams right. So we knew he couldn't have left voluntarily, but we didn't give it much thought. I graduated and had moved on point, but about 1 year later I saw on Facebook that he had been arrested at another school for basically making a new deranged student fondle his business. And if that wasn't enough, a lot of my Facebook friends who were in band with me started coming forward and saying that he had been inappropriate with him. Apparently he was especially creepy with our color guard. There are some suspicions he had an inappropriate relationship with one of our drum majors who'd babysit his young daughters. I started recalling some of the inappropriate things he had said to me. He had been a chaperone at my senior prom, and later told me, when I was in his office, that I had looked hot that night. It makes me uneasy to think about. I have a personality where I always keep a professional distance from teachers or other authority figures. I don't ever hang out or become buddies with them. But I wonder what he could have done if I didn't maintain my distance, because I was clearly one of his favorites, if not his very favorite. He was always making it clear that he really liked me. And it's so hypocritical too. Because he was such a Christian family man, with a military boot camp like style of teaching. He loved to scream at us to get us to play better. And when kids did something he didn't agree with, he really laid into them. My best friends, who were dating, were caught kissing at a football game. He was so enraged that he screamed at them and called them out in front of everyone. Same thing happened to another set of friends of mine. He let the whole band know so and so was kissing on the bus, which was devastating for one of my friends because he was in love with the girl who had been caught kissing. The band director went on about how that behavior smeared our school's reputation. We are better than that, etc. Lastly, when we were seniors, we went away to a competition. And my male friend had taken 2 steps inside the hotel room of some of my female friends as he was waiting for them to finish getting ready. All 4 of them had to go home over that. They were all such big sinners, right? According to him, and yet come to find out he was preying on underage children for sexual pleasure. Makes my skin crawl. My senior year, 2011, we made national news after a student showed up to a Spirit Bowl assembly dressed in what was described as KKK attire. For this particular assembly, the seniors were supposed to dress in black, the junior dressed in white. You see where this is going, and the sophomores dressed in red to celebrate our school colors. One of the juniors took dressing in white too far and decided to make a mask by cutting eye holes into the corner of a pillowcase. When other students jokingly made the comment that he looked like a Ku Klux Klan member, he started running around the assembly throwing up the Heil Hitler sign. There was a black Latino student who didn't take kindly to this at all. He wrote a blog and sent it to over 100 different news stations including CNN. The whole thing exploded. We had reporters outside the school for weeks. Dozens of police officers were brought in to patrol our halls, and our principal was eventually forced to resign. It seemed like the whole thing had been blown extremely out of proportion. Until investigators started uncovering more acts of racism, most notably a small club of white supremacists whose primary ringleader had beaten a black student into a seizure. Our school ended up being nationally ranked as one of the most racist schools in the US. The offended student who wrote the blog ended up receiving a $100K settlement after he and his father took the school district to court. The student who made the KKK hood was suspended for several weeks and had to receive temporary protection from the state after he started receiving death threats. The ringleader of the white supremacist group was expelled and had to walk with a class from a different high school. I actually grew up with this guy, and sadly he's always been a degenerate piece of shit from a family of poorly educated rednecks. I'm also fairly certain he has borderline personality disorder. He ended up getting arrested the following year for armed robbery, burglary, and assault and battery after he and some friends broke into a drug dealer's house, beat the shit out of him at gunpoint, and stole all of his drugs and cash. Yes, this all was a total shit show. But one thing you have to take into perspective is all of this happened in suburban Utah, where 99% of the people are white and most are ignorant, uncultured Mormons. Their extremely juvenile comprehension of cultures outside of the Mormon bubble was, and still very much is, slim to none, though that's starting to change as Salt Lake City grows and diversifies. Hopefully stupidity like this never happens in that area again. A sophomore joined the football team and the seniors decided, since the year hadn't started, he was still a freshman. And that meant freshman hazing. So I think it was the QB who had his cronies hold the kid down, and they shoved a straw up his butt. He pressed rap charges. The guy supposedly tried this plea that I haven't heard about or heard of, since that basically legally says I did it, but it wasn't against the law, and I know, because it was in the news, that his lawyer tried to say it wasn't rap, because it wasn't a business. You can imagine how well that went, but you don't have to. He did jail time. I think when I was in my 5th year of college he got out, so 0.8 years, and is a sex offender for life. I don't know what tier. I know he can't live near schools or parks. His 2 cronies got house arrest, community service, and only had to be on the sex offender registry for a few years. It's honestly a real shame that it happened. I'm sure a bunch of people will say he is a jock and not have sympathy for the guy who was violated, but honestly I knew him. He was in my grade. He was a great guy, the kind that everyone got along with. That whole thing really faked him up. Dude got hardcore into martial arts after that. And not football. People make jokes about straws not being allowed at Vegadon High all the time. I've had servers in the area ask me where I'm from, and when I told them they took the straw containers off the table. I really hope he didn't have to put up with shit like that. Well, a few things, and I was the perpetrator. In my Earth Space Science class my teacher hates me. I had her for 3 years, so it was my junior year. Anyways, I filled out my lab work, then had to take a dump. Informed her I wanted to go across the hall and use the restroom. She told me no, and to finish my lab work I sat down for 10 minutes and came back up. Still no point. At that point I had to go so bad I just said okay fine, I'm gonna go use the toilet because I'd rather not shit my pants in class. Write me up. Give me detention, I don't faking care. The whole class heard cause I basically screamed it. I then took a dump and came back and she took me straight to the principal's. I told him what happened. He let me off just telling me not to swear in class, but he understood. I. My second semester of senior year we would go to lunch in the middle of my history class. The teacher would usually come back a few minutes after the students. I loaded my pockets with spoons from the lunchroom and would come back before the other students and place them all around the room. When everyone was back, the teacher would pull down the projector and a random spoon would fall to the ground. On his desk, a random spoon. You get the idea. There were nearly 100, and I know there's still one hidden today. There were kids with other classes in that room coming up to me telling me a spoon fell down in their class. About a group of 10 of us flew like 10 hours away to Amsterdam for like 10 days for fun. Half of that was like just chilling around Amsterdam. Had to see the teachers for about 20 minutes per day as a 15-year-old because the teachers were too busy having an affair. Then the male teacher was caught hanging out with the local Mayfair. Then a female teacher allowed one of the seniors to borrow her laptop. He found a massive folder of nudes from that teacher with her husband, and another woman. 1 out of like 30 students in HS got caught with a bunch of coke. All the software at the school was pirated. Admin staff were embezzling money. Students used to party with teachers at local clubs. Student bribed the Mayfair teacher with a new iPhone. That year at another school a kid was pushed from the 3rd floor window. One kid had a mental breakdown in the middle of recess and thought teachers were devils. One kid skewered his hand on spikes on the fence around. Then at another one, a bunch of cleaners and 2 teachers got falsely accused of rapping like a 6-year-old. 2 of the cleaners happened to die in police custody. The teachers both got 10 years for it, even though there was absolutely no evidence. The court ruling was based on a drug that has not been referenced to in any other document, except in the documents about the case. The kid's dad divorced the wife who was saying that the rap happened. Oh, and she claimed the school had underground tunnels and that's how the people traveled to rap her child in the middle of the office, which is 100% glass walls. My heart still bleeds for all the accused. But unfortunately in a third world country facts don't always win. The 2 teachers did counter sue for slander in a different country and won, but didn't help them from getting out of prison. We had a full-blown riot my freshman year. School went out of control. Here is the story. I had a pretty good seat for this as me and my friends sat on bleachers facing the quad. It started off as a general race/semi-gang related fight. What I gathered after the incident, it was all about a girl. You know, someone screwed around with someone else's girl. I would like to point out, my high school was not a really racially charged school, but cliques and gangs were racially separated but socially intermingled. I myself am white. This was an extremely diverse high school. The interaction started as a simple altercation between the 2 guys involved. Trigger warning, this whole thing is heavily gonna turn race related. The 2 guys never came to blows, but racial slurs began to come out. One boy was Mexican and one was black. The shout match drew attention and 2 crowds began to form. One group of blacks, one group of Mexicans, each hurling racially charged insults. Some Pacific Islanders stepped between the 2 groups and tried to quell the fight. Some racially charged insults were thrown out from the Mexican side to the Islanders and they joined the black group. At this point about 60% of the population had joined a side. Security was standing by, and I think police were called. Things were being thrown from one side to the other. Then the groups started to run at each other. No, this is not an over-exaggeration. Before the clash, the Mexican group turned to run. Chaos ensued. Blacks were chasing down Mexicans and jumping them. Small group fights popped out here and there. After lunch, the intercom system told kids to go back to class. Most did, but there were a couple of groups that stayed out to continue the fight. The black groups were pulling kids out of class and jumping them in the hall. This went on for a period, then the school was put on lockdown. But a fire was started in the school. Everyone was evacuated to the field, where the fights continued. Our principal on the megaphone told us all to go home because she could no longer protect us. It was 2 o'clock. I had no problem passing the lines of cops that had surrounded our school. That is the extent of knowledge as to what happened. No one died, but many people had broken bones. One girl was critically hospitalized with a cracked skull. That principal was fired. We have an annual day in our school every year. I went to an all-girls Catholic school in India. There's sports, marching, dances, drills and a huge celebration. In our 6th grade we had a Santa dance drill. All the students that were selected were really smart. 2 students and were pretty girls. They were the clique. Anyway, someone thought it was a smart idea to give the kids sparklers while I'm a can, dressed as Santa. In around 5 minutes the van was on fire and children were screaming. Everyone thought it was part of the show. Then someone smart broke the door of the van, which was locked from the outside, and the children were on fire. There was no fire truck around. The gates of the school were locked. The ambulances couldn't get there on time. A lot of dads picked up each burning child and rushed to a hospital that was less than a mile away. I wasn't there for the annual day that year, but my friend's parents told me that it was terrible. The entire hospital was filled with tweens and young teens screaming their lungs off in pain. Some collapsed in pain, woke up screaming, and would collapse again. It was the single most terrifying thing in life. Then you would think such a thing would humble people up and make them be nice. No, they were straight up beaches. They bullied me all through high school, forcing me to move schools. I don't feel sorry for them anymore. The school is in Court Fairfield County, so I'm still in high school, but this will be the incident I remember. So, Parkland had just happened and this was a few days after. I'm in 3rd period and I'm just straight chillin' until we hear we have a shelter in place drill. For those that don't know, all it is a teacher locks the door and doesn't let anybody out of their classes. We had a sub and didn't have any work, so we were just hanging out. I was talking to my friends. A kid cursed out the sub, the usual. They usually last give or take 5 minutes, 10 minutes maximum. We are still chilling for 30 minutes and it gets kinda weird. Still waiting for it to stop, and now police are patrolling the area. 1 hour later the roads are blocked off. We can see all this happening because we have the view of the main road. About 2 hours later we are still waiting, and a kid is waving the American flag out of the window. Finally they were done at 1:45, and we had to leave our bags. They searched through all of our bags while we could just go home early. School ends around 2:15ish. There were no threats, no weapons found. All that happened was a kid heard a gun loading in the bathroom. Some of the rumors I heard was a kid was running down the football field with snipers aiming at him. Then he got tackled down. Everybody blamed an autistic kid who doesn't go to our school anymore because of this. Though in the school's defense he did threaten to bomb the school in 7th grade. Some runners-up would be Ivanka Trump going to our school and stupid liberal moms complaining they forgot the SAD printed all of the wrong schedules for the juniors. I feel like deaths always become the incident at my former high school because of how small our town is. One morning during my senior year it was announced that the former soccer captain who had graduated the year had died. This really affected a lot of kids, especially the soccer team. There was a news report a couple months afterwards that revealed the boy had stabbed himself 20 times after having an epiphany while getting high. Police suspected either the weed was laced or synthetic, but autopsies didn't find traces of anything but THC in his system. Also earlier this year a girl died after getting hit by a truck that was driven by another student. Our school district is very underfunded and overcrowded, so to accommodate the school district removed lunch periods and made kids take their lunch breaks whenever they have a free period. For the kids who didn't have a free period, they are forced to try to run to the 7-Eleven or Taco Bell across the street during a passing period and hope they can get there and back in 8 minutes. The boy who hit the girl was running late from getting food, so he wasn't paying attention to the crosswalk when he hit her. The girl got a concussion and died in the hospital the day after. Parents were outraged because multiple people every year since I was in high school have always proposed making the intersection where the accident happened a 4-way. At least one person gets hit by a car there every year, but it's never resulted in death. The school district has always turned down proposals because apparently it's too costly. As for the kid who hit the girl, he's super traumatized by the event. People made his life absolutely miserable that he ended up dropping out of school and trying to kill himself. There's the time they turned the lights out in class to show a movie only for a boy to strip then hump a girl sitting next to him. That was junior high. The rest is high school. Then the time they shut down the bathrooms in the science wing for a month for Black Mold Point. Then they shut down the bathrooms in second hall because people drew on the walls and had to reopen the science wing bathrooms. Except then someone got with his girl in the boys bathroom and they had some fun for an hour before being caught. Then black mold appeared in second hall, which was labeled migraine hallway for obvious reasons. Then all the milk came up spoiled and we got jello milk for 3 days. And finally, the much beloved soccer coach for the youth hockey ended up with a 17-year-old, the same age as his daughter, mind you, fled the state with all his money and left behind his wife and daughter. No one quite knew what to do or how to act, but it was a huge thing point. And then another much loved chess student took the wrong turn on a highway and was plowed into by an 18-wheeler, leaving behind her mother and her disabled brother who loved her. This really shook everyone. We all knew the family and the boy was my age, while she was a year older. He didn't come back to school and finished his high school year at home. And finally, graduation came. They had us stand in a non-air conditioned hall wearing formal clothes under black robes in May in Texas 100F outside. Inside was catastrophic. 3 people vomited and 1 girl had 3 seizures on the ground in front of all of us. We had to call her mom and get her taken to the nurse. She was taken to the hospital. It was the first time she had had them in years, and it was all because of the heat. Several people passed around bottles of water. Some actually threatened to strip if the teachers didn't hurry up. I have no idea what happened and why we had to wait. I just know I got dizzy and had to lay on the floor with a few other people for a while. We had one every year I was there. Freshman year a kid got beaten to damn near death by some kids from a different school for his Jordans. Kid was in the hospital for a month with skull fractures, cerebral hemorrhaging, etc. That sent my school on the warpath to figure out what school the jumpers went up and fact sheet up until someone turned the kids in. The kid got jumped, had a relative that went to a different high school, and once he figured out that nobody from his school did it, that school went on the warpath with my school and every subsequent school that didn't have the kids that did it joined in, until eventually almost the entire district was trying to figure it out. The jumpers turned themselves in for fear that they'd be beaten by an angry mob. Sophomore year a senior that everybody liked a lot accidentally shot himself trying to show off for his friends and died. We ended up having cops come to the school to talk about gun safety, and they put metal detectors in the entrance to make sure nobody brought guns to school. And Watnett Point junior year a girl got killed in a drive-by and her boyfriend, who everyone assumed was the target, killed who he thought did it. Then senior year a girl faked the chemistry teacher and got pregnant and told everyone it was his baby, even though she couldn't be sure because she'd faked a lot of people. He obviously got fired and arrested and publicly shamed. So yeah, that's my 4 years. There was a trifecta of grim events my freshman year of high school. Call it an unholy trinity, if you will. December, chemistry teacher gets arrested for child born. Not just a little bit either, he had a ton and was involved in distributing it across state lines. He's doing something like 20 to 25 years in federal prison. This is the same guy who, when my brother vaguely told him he had a sporting event out of state, showed up without warning or invitation, and without having been given any specific information about the event, in the 2003 to 2005 range, mind you, before something like that would be easy to find on the internet. He also insisted on taking pictures of all the intramural sports. So needless to say, we weren't all that surprised. March, social studies teacher gets arrested on allegations of inappropriately touching the young sons of an ex-girlfriend. This guy was super nice, didn't strike anyone as creepy, so there was actually a group of students that rallied in his defense. The charges related to that incident were eventually dropped. He was close to being reinstated as a teacher when more people stepped forward with allegations. They eventually found that he had been involved in the production of child born with some of these accusers. Needless to say, he's serving significant jail time now. 2. Many computer science teacher drops dead in his classroom of a brain hemorrhage shortly after classes ended for the day. A classmate of mine found the body slumped over the desk and ran up to grab the ED, but there was nothing he could do. That was a hell of a start to high school. We made the joke that there's nowhere to go but up from here. Rest of my 3 years, nothing remotely close to any of that happened at all. A lot of random little things happened in our school. Kid who was super quiet and kept to himself. Yes, didn't have many friends. Killed himself by lighting charcoal in his room and covering all the airways. What's weird is I would walk home on opposite streets almost every day. One day it was raining like crazy and I remember seeing him start heading towards our route home. My parents got me a car that year, so I asked him if he needed a ride home. He said no and thanked me for the gesture. He killed himself a few days after. I'll never forget it. Since he was very quiet and many kids in our high school didn't even know he existed, the whole thing just blew over and by the next day no one was talking about it. I still remember and I wish I could done more. We had a huge SAT scandal. My school was very high in academics and parents put a lot of pressure on their kids to do well on their SATs. One year class of 06 came up with a plan. Our school ID cards were issued by the student body, ASB/USB, and they decided to make fake IDs. They would have smart kids come in and take photos with different names. Then the dumb kids would pay smart kids to take the SATs for them. Since we were young, using a school ID to verify your SAT test was normal. They eventually got caught and it was big news.